Hey everybody, welcome back. We're gonna do another live stream. We're gonna start a new tune today. We're gonna start a new Neurofunk tune. This is, I think, gonna be the last tune for the EP that we're gonna start. And then I'll just have to finish the tracks and do the final mixdowns, and I'll be ready to launch this EP, which I'm really fucking stoked about. So, welcome everybody. Thanks for joining in again. Hey Exemption, welcome. Some Chinese person, welcome as well. And Kulin, welcome. Good to see you guys here. We're gonna start something today. I don't know where it's gonna end up, but we'll see. I think it'll be a Neurofunk tune, but you never know. If you want to be part of a Discord community, I run a Discord community, and the invite link is below the stream. So if you're on Twitch or on YouTube, just go scroll down, click the invite link, and it'll add you to the Discord community. There you can actually talk with us every single day about music production. You can post your music to get some feedback. You can help other people out getting better at the music. So it's a great place to be, and I would like to see you guys there. Also, if you want to buy one of these shirts that I'm wearing right now, I teamed up with a new merch company called Basic Waves, and they are making shirts aimed at music production. So if you want to check them out, it's the website is basicwaves.com, and that is waves with a Z. If you're on YouTube, the link is in the description. If not, if you're on Twitch, just search on Google and it will pop up. You can use the code ARTFX10 to get 10% discount on your first purchase. So every purchase will help me out on my channel as well. I will actually benefit a little bit from it, so that will help support this channel and help me to continue what I do. With that out of the way, I think it's the moment to get started. So Friday Night Hype. Meep meep, welcome Medic. And welcome Vies. You must be Dutch, if your name is called Vies. Vies is the Dutch word for dirty, or nasty, or whatever you want to call it. So, if there's any questions during the stream, then just let me know, and I'll try and answer them. I have nothing prepared for this stream. I have something. I've got a few samples that I sampled, some vocals that I think could fit somewhere in this tune. It's probably going to be any of the vocals that I have right here. Oh yeah, you guys can see it. So that's going to be any of these vocals right here. Now these are some longer clips actually. I took them from a documentary about jellyfish. Now, it sounds a little bit weird maybe, but I think I could turn this into a track. So I'm thinking a neuro track with maybe some water sounds in the background, and then use some of these vocals. Now, I think we'll just have to start working on a track first. Maybe we'll start with an intro, just start making an intro, because for this track, these vocals are really what inspired me to start this track. So these vocals will end up in the intro and in the build-up of the track, so I think it would be best to start with that, and then work away towards the drop. I think for this one that'll be a better way to do it. Last tune I started actually on the previous stream, I started with the drop and it worked out pretty well, and then I started making the intro, and now I have an intro that sounds really fucking good, and now the drop needs work again. So it's kind of like, I guess it doesn't really matter what I start with, just whatever inspires me. So today we're gonna start, I guess, with the intro, and we'll just see how it all comes together. Your mum says hello, or hell 9. I say hello back, mate. Yo, Septim, welcome. So, yeah, let's just, let's load up Omnisphere, just so that we can make some kind of a droney kind of sound to start off with. I think that'll be a good thing to do. Let's see, Spectrasonics. Omnisphere, and let me switch to the right screen. So, hey Fennel, welcome back. Good to see you here as well. So, Omnisphere. Key of the track. I think I'll do F minor or F Phrygian, which is almost the same as F minor. So well, let's just start with a long clip of 16 bars. Let's just put an F note in there. Probably want to move it down an octave, but we'll see. And let's just type in drone. You're looking forward to the stream and you have your bintang beer ready. I have no clue what bintang beer is, but it sounds pretty good. It sounds Chinese or something Asian, and I actually drank quite a few Japanese beers and I really like them, so if they're like that, then good. Have you done music school? If yes, which one? No, I've never done music school. I've pretty much everything I do is self-taught. I had about 3 music classes in my life, and that was about it. So, no, I've never done music school. And, I mean, those 3 classes I had were pretty shit. They were in, like, what was it, elementary school, and I was, like, really young. And, yeah, I never really done any music classes after that, so everything I know is all self-taught. So let's just load up a patch. This one is called About Gopi Chand 2, whatever that's gonna be. Let's see. Okay, so let's move that down. That's an interesting sound. What's your favorite beer between Bitburger and Heineken? Well, let me tell you that I've never had a Bitburger, so I'm not sure. And Heineken is one of the most shittiest beer ever, so I think that says enough. Heineken is like, it's like, I don't know, like they fucking took a bucket and just scooped a bunch of water out of the kennels in Amsterdam and just added the little alcohol to it, and that's what they call beer. I mean, there's way better beers out here in the Netherlands than Heineken. Heineken it's the most known Dutch beer, but it's also one of the shittier. So, it's like, I don't know, water with a little bit of beer in it, so. Yo, for the first time I want to say hello. I've been watching you for a very long time. Welcome. Bokken. You're Chinese, I guess, from the few signs in your name. I think those are Chinese characters anyway. They might be Japanese though, but they don't really look Japanese. So I think you're Chinese. Welcome. Heineken is fine. No, Heineken is one of the fucking cheapest and dirtiest beers out there, man. Well, it's not the cheapest, but it's overpriced for what it is. There's actually way cheaper beers that are much better than a Heineken. But if you're ever in the Netherlands, just order a Hertog Jan, or order, I don't know, a Grols. Those are better beers. And if you're in Belgium, you should order a Duvel. Duvel is a really nice beer as well. Okay, so this sounds pretty interesting, but it's not really a sound that I think I can use. So let's find something different. See, that's a little bit more usable. Amstel beer is pretty good. Amstel beer is pretty good. I'm drinking an Amstel beer right now. It's a lemon one, but I mean, Schutters is still better than Heineken. So, I mean, and it's cheaper. So, oh, you're Polish. Well, I guess I was wrong. Everybody going crazy about beer right now in the chat. Okay, I'm just gonna get started. This is a pretty cool sound. This could be like a bed of sound for the intro. I quite like how it evolves. Let's actually make it longer. I should be able to do that, right? Wait, what? You cannot stretch an audio or a MIDI clip? Okay, that's new. Well, then we'll just do that. So I like that evolving character that this one has. Now, I've never tried Tiski from Poland. I mean, we've got like little Poland out here in Rotterdam. I mean, like the southern part of Rotterdam has basically turned into a small area of Poland in the last few years. You see nothing but Polish number plates out there. And there's like Polish streetwear shops, and like I see Polski pretty much on any street sign out there. Other than of course Turkish and Moroccan signs, but I mean, I've never drank any Polish beer, but sounds interesting. I would always want to try. Do you think drones really need to be in key? Yes, I do. I do think a drone needs to be in key. I think it's best to have the drone in the root key of your track. So for this one, I'm gonna work in F, F Phrygian or F minor, one of the two. And using a drone that's in the key of F is then a really nice way to just give that intro a little bit of a bed of sound that helps to, well, I guess reinforce it and give it, I don't know, maybe some type of a home ground or something to go back to when other sounds fade out, so that it's not like complete silence. Now, maybe if you have like a super atonal drone, like something that has no clear fundamental frequency. If that's the case, then yes, you can probably get away with it if it's out of tune. But for these kind of drones, I would definitely want to have it in tune, otherwise it's probably going to sound a little weird. Is there going to be bass design? Probably. Probably we're going to start a track and we'll see what happens. Hey Karthik, welcome. And hey DI8, welcome back. So, I think this one could work. Let's see if the mod wheel does anything. Doesn't sound like it's doing anything. Okay. Well, I mean, doesn't have to. We can probably use this. So I'm actually going to make a duplicate of this Omnisphere track. And I'm going to try and build another drone. Or build another drone. I'm going to try and find another drone that I can layer on top of this one to make it sound a little bit more interesting. And the drone that I'm looking for is going to be one that has something attached to the mod wheel, so that I can kind of like just change it over time. Let's just search for drone again. Yeah. A lot of Polish guys come to Rotterdam and Amsterdam. Oh, they probably have that beer here in the stores. I mean, there's like, I don't know, about 20 different Polish stores outside in the southern part of Rotterdam, so they probably have it out there. I've seen the craziest things, the craziest Polish shops pop up every now and then, especially in the last few years. It's really been and before that it was mostly Turkish people, and now it really seems to turn into like a Polish area of the city. I mean, the Polish people are hardworking people, so I don't mind. It's the people that don't work that I don't like, you know? If you come here and you don't work, just fuck off, mate. Just go somewhere else. At least try and contribute to society a little bit, you know? And the Polish people are actually very hardworking people. Most of them work in the harbor out here, so I guess that works. And that's fine. I mean, if you want to do that, I don't give a shit. I'm not the person who's gonna work in the harbor anyway, so. More Polish people in the chat. Okay, that's an interesting sound. Let's see if the mod wheel does anything on this one. Makes it go quiet. It's not really the thing I was looking for, but I think what I'll do is use this one for the main layer, and then search a different one for this one. Something apocalyptic drone. That could be something cool. Okay, the mod wheel just completely stops it. That's not what I'm looking for. I want something that, I don't know, maybe gets a little bit more high frequency like when you move the mod wheel up. So we'll just have to find the right one. That's definitely not what I want. Giant hornpipe drone. See, that's really nice. That's really nice. On this one, the mod wheel actually bends the pitch. Let's see what that does. So I'm gonna... Okay, so let's go in here. Let's take the mod wheel. Let's open that up a bit. And let's move this up right here. And then I'll just make it go straight back down. Let's see what that sounds like. Okay, that could actually work. Let's just copy that over a bunch of times. And let's see what it sounds like with this one. Because that one is going to stay on F. So the other one is bending up in pitch, and this one is going to stay on F. Let's see what that actually does. Now, I'm not even sure if these two work well together, but we'll see. Okay, let's put an EQ on the first layer, and let's high pass this so that we don't get the low frequencies. Now it already clashes less. Oh wait, of course it clashes less because we're only hearing the first layer. I'm stupid. Let's see. Oh yeah, Sonarworks turned off. Yeah, that would be a nice change. It's a nice layer. I'm not sure about this layer though. I'm not sure about this layer. The other one is really nice, but this one I'm not a big fan of. So let's find a different one and just see if there's something better. Hero drone. Oh, that's really low. Let's move that up an octave. That's not really what I'm looking for. It's just way too much, I guess. Ravenous 3. This one has some weird stereo. But it sounds really cool, though. Does the mod wheel do anything? Okay, we could use that. I have the mod wheel all the way up right now, and if the mod wheel is all the way up, it sounds low passed. So I'm I'm going to make this come up a bit so that the high frequencies come in, and I'm gonna make it drop straight back down. Let's see what that sounds like. Okay, that could work. Let's see what that sounds like with the other layer. Interesting. Somebody's saying pitch the other one up as well. We could do that, but I'm not sure if I want to do it, actually. Let's see. It's this one. So I would have to go into the pitch bend and paste that here. Actually, let me go back. Let me do it like so. And then I need to go into Omnisphere and check if the pitch bend, what the amount is. So the pitch bend in here is 2 semitones. Now, I think, let's listen. I think that's a 1 semitone change. So, let's check. Let's make it go up 1 semitone. Actually, maybe it's not. Yeah, I think it's a 1 semitone change. Make the other one pitch up as well. Yeah, I'm trying to. I think it's a 1 semitone change, but not sure. Yeah, it is. I think it is. So let's, that already continues. Let's go into the modulation here, and let's copy this. Now, on this one, I think I'll make it open up a little bit further. And let's bring that a little bit further down as well. This intro reminds me of Spore a little. Spore is actually a pretty cool producer. I used to listen to his stuff a lot when I was younger. So he has been an inspiration for me at some point. I wouldn't say that he's really an inspiration right now, but I'm not too familiar with most of his stuff anyway. Especially not the newer stuff that he made. Like, he done a lot of stuff on the Feed Me, which I've never really listened a lot to, except this first couple of releases. And I think he done something more under the name of Spore, but I haven't really listened to it a lot, so. These days I'm much more into the guys like, I don't know, Black Sun Empire, Mephius, Akoff, there's countless guys actually. What is he called? Aggressor Bunks, or whatever his name was. There's a lot of guys. Current Value, of course. And a few of those actually were inspirations as well when I was younger. They've just stick with me a lot more than Spore did, because, you know, he kind of quit his whole Spore thing, and then he, younger as in last week? No. No. I saw Spore live in, like, what was it, 2003? Something like that? 2002, maybe? Which is like a long time ago, mate. That's years ago. What? Maybe even a decade, yeah. Yeah, I like that. I like that thing on the end there. I'm actually going to make this one come down further. Let's make it come down all the way. And let's just bring this one down as well. Bring this one down quite a bit as well. Really make this, well, really just open it up. So it's gonna get more intense over time. That's pretty much what I want. Now, let's go into the effects group that I've set up here. If anything, by the way, if anything is too quiet, let me know in the chat and I'll increase the volume. I can easily increase any level if I have to. So I'm not sure if the limiter is turned on right now. No, the limiter is not turned on. Let me turn it on. Now it should actually be a lot more loud. Okay, it opens up too much, actually. I need to go back a bit. I mean, I like that it opens up, but it should not open up this much. It should go a little bit more like that. And I think on the end it would be nice to just open it up all the way. Yeah, I like that. Now I'm gonna try something. I want to try if I can pitch this one down on the end. Let's see. So I'm gonna pitch that one down. And I'm gonna do the same thing on the other one. So this one is not gonna go up here, but it's gonna go down. And I'm gonna go down with, I think, 5. Let's try that. Let's go into the other Omnisphere and let's set this one to down 5 as well. Now note that this one says 2 up, but I think it's only 1. I think it's only 1, but let me set that to 1 in case it's actually connected to the pitch bend here. I don't think it is, but it could be. Let's see what this sounds like on the end. Okay, that sounds a little bit weird. Let's see. I'm gonna go down less. That's one thing that I'm gonna start with. Let's go down 2. And I think it's odd because the other one is moving up while it's moving down as well, which is weird to begin with. So maybe if I take the modulation here away. That could work. Could work. It could work, or actually, I know. I do wanna make it go up in pitch first, but then I wanna make it go down again, so we get kind of like a little bit of a difference on the end. So let's see. It goes up 1 semitone, so and it takes this length to go up, and right here, from this point on, it's 1 semitone up. So now I'm gonna make it stay 1 semitone up for, what is that, 1/16 note? No, that's 1/8 note, I guess? No, it's more. It's 2 beats, actually. It's gonna stay there for 2 beats, and then it's gonna go down on the end. And then I'm gonna repeat that on this one. So here it's gonna it's gonna go up, then it's gonna stay up, and then it's gonna go down. And I'm gonna make that movement one semitone as well, so that it's gonna move up one semitone and then it's gonna move down one semitone. I think that'll sound a bit better. Let's see. Now it's gonna go up. Yeah, that sounds a little bit more smooth. It's very subtle because there's quite a bit of reverb and delay on the sound, but it's very subtle to just give that slight variation on the end to just indicate that something is going to happen. And we're gonna add some more stuff to it, so don't be afraid. Now I think what I want to do is add some sound effects at the start to really indicate the start of the track. I'll go to the break tweaker library. I don't really use that one a lot, but let's just go there. Let's find something. Let's try this one. So I'm just going to put that at the start of the track, and I'm actually going to start by low passing this. Fucking beer. I think it can be a little bit lower. So let's pitch this one down a few semitones. Nah, not really what I'm looking for. I think it needs something heavier. So let's search for sub. I'll probably get some good ones. Let's see. Let me open that up a bit. I'm looking for a good sub hit. Something long though. Nope. Let's see. Where are the sub kicks? I think I had a bunch of them, but let's see, low sub hit. I should be able to find something in that folder actually. Show in places. So this is the magic bundle. That's not what I want. Let's see, there's some more here. Low hit. Yeah, see, that's a good way to start a track. Actually, let me move these a little bit in, because there's a really short attack on this sample that I actually quite like. Oh, I should take the low pass off. Here, that's a really short but really nice attack portion to the sound. Let's do it about that. That should be right. Okay. I think we need some rhythmic element in the first part of the track as well. So let's create a new MIDI track, and I'm gonna add an instance of sampler. By the way, it's really fucking hot out here today, so if I'm starting to sweat, you guys know why. Let's see. What do A and B on Omnisphere do? You actually have an A and a B section in Omnisphere. So what you get in Omnisphere, every patch can be built out of 2 separate layers. So that's pretty cool, because Omnisphere has a synthesis engine, but it also has a sampler engine. So you can use a combination of synthesis and sampling to create one patch, or just use 2 synthesis engines or 2 sampler engines. You can do one of the 2, or one of the 3 options, I guess. But just being able to build your sound out of multiple layers can really help to make more complicated sounds, and that's what they do in Omnisphere. So for this one, I'm gonna load up Action Strikes. I'm just gonna start off with some percussion in here. So I'm just gonna load up one here. Lost Culture sounds interesting. Let's just use that one. So I'm gonna use one of these upper ones. Let's just start with the first one. It's probably C4, I think. Let's create a MIDI clip that's about the same length. I think it's C4. No, it's not. It's C5. Okay, so what am I gonna do here? Let's see which ones of these sounds nice. War Ensemble. See, that's really nice, but the thing is with this, I think it plays back too fast, because we are at a really quick tempo. We're at 172 beats per minute, which is like standard drum and bass tempo. I think for Action Strikes, they're not really meant to be played back at such a high BPM. So normally what I would do is inside here in Contact, you can see I have the Master Editor tab brought up. You can bring that up here. That's the master right there. And in there you have a separate BPM control. So this one is not attached to your BPM of your project when you turn this button off. So if the button is turned off external, it means it's going to read the tempo from Ableton. But as soon as you turn that off, it'll actually switch to 120 beats per minute. So now this Contact instance is going to think it has to play back at 120 beats per minute. So if you want to slow that down, you can set it to 86, which is half of 172, and now it would play back at a better speed. See? The only difference, though, is I don't really have to do that for Action Strikes, because Action Strikes is one of the few libraries that actually comes with a way to change the tempo here. So you can halve the tempo or double the tempo. I'm going to halve it. And let's see what this layer sounds like. Okay, I'm going to set up some key switches as well. Let's see where they are. Are they on the sharps as well? I think they are. Yeah, they are. So basically these key switches will help to get a different kind of rhythm going. And I'll show you what I mean with that. So I'm just going to create a few here. And I'll try and do this. Let's go up here. Move up again. Actually, I can. Let's try moving this one up and then going to D sharp. Going to E about here. How many of them do we have? I mean, you can see it right here. Okay, so it's C1 to E1. And E1 is the ender one, so we probably don't want to use that right now. So E is going to be right here at the end. And we'll do this one on D sharp, then move back to D. Okay, so let's see what that does. Doesn't really do much in this particular one. Let's move this one down an octave. Here it does a bit more, I think. I don't like that start every time. It sounds a little bit weird. Probably will be fixed if I do this. But I'm not a big fan of this one to begin with. I kind of like want to start with a more high-pitched percussion layer. So I'm going to move it back an octave. And I'm going to try some of the other ones I can try in here. We have different ones. So let's try Monster Attack. I mean, this could suit the track. The track is about... what, I don't know, monster jellyfish or something like that, so... See, that sounds cool. And that key switch made a double cymbal hit, so that's nice. Oh, and here something else comes in. That's really good. Okay, and I don't want to change it over there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep that on D. So it's just going to continue on D until the last part where the ender is. So let's see. Okay, now we need some more percussion. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to duplicate this one. I could do it in the same one, but I think I want to change up the key switches a little bit so that they're not exactly the same, just to get a little bit more variety going. This one, I'm going to make it shorter though. So what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to get rid of those first key switches, and I'm going to get rid of the first two of these, and I'm going to move them down one octave, so we get more like the high toms and the mid toms of the patch. Now, by the way, guys, the chat has gone really quiet. It's still working, right? Can somebody post something in the chat and see if it's still working? Because I haven't seen an update in like, damn, almost 10 minutes. That's a long time. Let's see. Let's see what it's on YouTube like. No, it looks to be fine. Anyway, let's see what this sounds like now. Okay, so I want to start this one out on the C, and then I'm going to go up to C sharp, then we're going to go up to D, and then we're going to end it right there. I might want to go up to D sharp real quick in here. Okay, it's still working. No problem. So that's nice. I'm actually going to make it a little longer for both of these two. I'm actually gonna make it slightly longer. Let's do that. And what I want to do in here, I want to take... I'm gonna take that one, which is like a cymbal hit, and then we'll go in here as well, and we'll take that one, which is like a good tom hit. I might want to drop one in front of it as well. and maybe do something like this. Make them come up. That's nice. I'm not too sure about the cymbal hit. Not a big fan of it. So let's just take it out. Yeah, that's a good thing. I'm drinking an Amstel beer, which is which is a Dutch beer, and I'm actually drinking one that is a, well, they call it a Radler over here. I'm not sure what it's called in English, but it's basically a beer with grapefruit, and it's pretty delicious, especially when it's hot outside, and it's pretty hot outside today. So, big fan of these. I think I'll take the low hit as well and place it down there. Or not. Let's see if I can find a better hit. So we have this one in here. We start on C here. So we have a lower hit as well, like a low tom. That's better. Now it's definitely better. Let's try moving these two down as well. That's nice. I am gonna move one of them back up though. Yeah, that's great. So, that's, I would say, the first part of the track done. Might want to add some more stuff after a while. Probably need a riser here of some kind. And so, of course, some other elements. We need some, like something like a hook for the intro. Something that really defines the intro. Right now it's just a bed of frequencies. It's just a bed of sound. I guess we could start making a riser now. Just to suck us into the next phrase of the track, into the next section of the track. So I'll take contact. And let's load up Rise and Hit. I'll load up the default one. And I'll, let's see. I'll make a little bit of a shorter one. I don't really think we need like a big ass riser out here. F2. And I might want to extend it though, because then we can use the hit that comes after the riser. Because this plugin, it's called Rise and Hit, and it's called Rise and Hit for a reason. It's basically a plugin or a contact library that's aimed at cinematic music. That's why I like it so much. And you can use it to create, first off, a rising part of the sound, and then the second half here is the hit part of the sound. So you start by just loading up any of these layers. So you can go to hybrid and just see there's all kind of stuff in here. Let's take machine. That one looks like it has some low frequency rising stuff going on. Now, how long does this need to be? Let's see. Let's see. 8. Okay, so it needs to be 16 beats. 16 beats, and that's the rise time that we need. Now this one doesn't really sound that good, to be honest, so I'm just gonna click on to the next one. And you actually just need to listen to it in context of the track. That makes a lot more sense. Not a big fan of it, so we'll try another layer. That's a good first layer. So let's go into the second one and let's look for another layer. So I don't want to have anything that that builds up in pitch. So I don't want anything that goes up in pitch. So luckily in the layer browser here, you have a few options that you can use to filter out the layers that you can choose from. So you have these two buttons right here. Glide obviously is going to give you layers that will glide up or down in pitch. And then straight will mean these layers are going to stay at the same pitch. And that's kind of what I want. I just want something that builds up some tension towards the end. Robot metal step. Let's try it out. Okay, I like the rise of it, but I don't like the hit that comes after it. So what I'm gonna do is in here, I'm gonna take the volume of the I can either do it two ways. I can either take the decay of the hit and just take it all the way down, or I can take the volume and move that one all the way down. So it doesn't really matter. It's both just gonna make the hit disappear. Okay, that's good. I do want to try finding one more layer. So again, straight. And I do like this hybrid category a lot, to be honest. Let's go all the way down. Water swoosh. That could be a good one, because we want to have some watery kind of sounds in here. That could be a good one, actually. Let's keep that layer. I'm going to try adding some reverb to one of these layers, though. So I think maybe the watery swoosh could be a good one. First, I'm going to go to the Master Effects, and I'm going to turn on the convolution reverb here. And then I'm going to go back down into the main tab. I'm going to open up the third layer. And in here, you can see we have a reverb. So you've actually got a separate reverb for both the hit and the rise. I want to add some reverb to the hit. So you can bring it up quite a lot, actually. Let's make it go up to about here. Okay. I'm gonna go back into the Master Effects tab. I'm gonna increase the level here a little bit of the reverb so that we get a little bit more of that reverb sound. See, that's more what we're looking for. Now, you've got a lot of layers that you can choose from. So these are all different reverb types. Now, we are currently using Abyss, which is the first one. But we can go through some of these and see what they sound like. Let me actually just play the riser on its own. Okay, so let's move to air. I would say that one is very similar to the previous one. Let's try out some of these other ones, like crystal. You can hear this one has a little bit more of a different till to the reverb, which is nice. But there's a lot of different ones here, actually. There's some pretty interesting ones, like Netherland. I'm gonna increase the size a bit on this one. I think it's already pretty large, though. Okay. Now, the other thing we could try, they've also got these effect reverbs, which are different. These sound a little bit different. For instance, combed space. So you can hear that one has like a really comb filtery kind of layer to it. So I can bring it up all the way, and let's increase the size to about 150%. So you can hear what it does. Sounds pretty cool, actually. I want to go back into the first, or in that layer though. And let's try what it sounds like if we add the reverb to the rise as well. Okay, I think that could work. I'm gonna do it with you guys. 420 gang. Damn. That's a good one. Oh yeah, that works. That riser really fills out. I'm not sure about the reverb part. I think I'll change the reverb, but the riser really fills out that section after the epic percussion do the end fill on the end. They have this little end fill, and after that there's a little gap before that big hit comes in, and that riser really fills up that gap. So that's pretty much what I want. I'm not a big fan of the reverb though. It sounds good on its own, but it's not really the good one for this particular track. So let's try some of these other ones. These effect ones are pretty cool though. So I'm gonna move to here. Okay, that one sounds interesting. We can always extend the tail by putting a reverb on top of it and automating the dry wet. I'm actually going to try that now and see if I can make that tail a little bit longer. I'm already at the maximum size inside of Rise and Hit, inside of Contact. So I'll just put on a Valhalla room and let's load up one of the bigger spaces. Which one? Hops End. What does that sound like? Okay, yeah, that's really long. That's nice. So I'm going to take the mix all the way down. I'm going to go into the automation. I'm going to automate this up on the end. And I'll make it go up to about 50%. And we'll let it stay there. And pretty much it's just going to ring out. Maybe it's even too much. Let's move it down to about 35%. I'm also actually gonna, let's see, I'm gonna rename these layers. So we've got Epic Perks, and this is the high Epic Perks. And then we've got the Epic Perks low and mid. So those are the low and mid toms. So this is where the breakdown will start. Let me create some locators here. So this would be the break. And here we have the start of the track, so that's the intro. And then here we have the toms come in. So let's say Epic Perks, something like that. And that's probably also where I want the hook of the intro to come in. And then here we have the breakdown. Then we will get the buildup right here. And then we will get the drop right over here. So let me move that to the right place. Okay. So you want some neuro? Well, that's what we're gonna do. We're already starting a neuro track right now, and atmospheric parts are a big part of neuro music, so I think we're already on the right path. Exemption needs a cigarette made by a vaporizer. Really. Really, just buy one. I mean, just try it out. Buy one of these cheap vaporizer pens. Like, don't go to the local gas station and buy one of these ones made by the big tobacco corporations, because those are still fucking shit. Just buy one at a, you know, respected vape store, and just buy one of the smaller pocket pen vaporizers. Those will still be good. Just buy one of Aspire or any of those brands and just try it out. You might even like it. Yo, ARTFX, just for a quick question, how much would you charge for mixdowns? That depends on the track. It depends on the project. And it depends on how you deliver it. Obviously, if you deliver, like, you could deliver a track for mixdown. You could deliver that in a couple of different ways. You could send me, like, a couple of different stems. So let's say you've made a stem from all of the drum sounds, and you've made a stem from all of the bass, you've made a stem from all of the synths, from all of the effect sounds, and maybe from all of the vocals, and you send me those, 5 or 6 stems. I could do a mixdown with that. Obviously, I'm not going to have as much control as I would have when you just send me every individual track. So if you bounce down every individual track and send me that, I'll have to deal with a lot more tracks to actually do the mixdown. So that is going to cost more than when you send me, like, just a few tracks. But the result will be much better because I have a lot more control. So in the past, I've done mixdowns for ranging anywhere from $100 to $500 a track. It really depends on how big the mixdown is and how much work has to be done. Like, if the mixdown sounds really good already, very little work will have to be done to it. It's just a matter of finishing it all off and putting some, you know, just making it sound a little bit better than it already is. But when the mixdown doesn't really sound good to begin with, I will have to do a lot more work to get the track to sound right. So depending on the track, it's also gonna influence the price. So I cannot really give you a set answer to it, and it's really just a matter of just send me your stuff. Just send me an email, or send me, email is best because then I have everything in one place. So just send me an email to contact@artfx-studios.com. There I will easily be able to check it out, and I'll look at the project. You can send me, like, the project file. That could work. You're an Ableton user. Just be sure that you do a save all or collect all and save before you send it over to me, so it'll save all the samples and all the you know, everything, basically all the samples and all the racks and stuff that you've used. Those will all be saved into the project file, and if you then send it to me, I will pretty much have everything I need. If you've used, like, a few obscure VST plugins, like, I don't have any VST plugins that are in 32-bit, so if you've used anything that's in 32-bit and you've used JBridge or anything like that, bounce down that particular track to audio, just freeze it or flatten it, and then that way I won't have to use that plugin, and I can still pretty much have the exact same thing as what you had. But yeah, I would just say just send an email so I can check it out, and I'll give you a price, what I think is reasonable. But right now that would be very hard to say because I can't look inside of your project right now. Have you ghost produced? That's actually a funny story. Yes, I have, but, well, I would say yes and no. I have ghost produced, but it has never been released. And not because the track wasn't good enough. Let me tell you, I got into this, I actually was asked to ghost produce for Steve Aoki's label. So they sent me an email, and they asked me to produce a track for a... I think he was like a more trance housey type of guy, and his name was Ty. So that's Ty with T-A-J, and he I think he was more like a trance kind of guy, and it was like the time when Bloody Beetroots was really starting to pick up, and you know, a lot of these more electro and complextro kind of tracks were really starting to get popular. So Steve Aoki's label sent me an email asking if I wanted to produce a track for this producer called Ty, or DJ called Ty, because if he was a producer he could probably do it himself. So I said yes, and I actually, because I was still pretty young back then, and this is like years back. So I started working on a track, and it actually turned out to be one of the best tracks I had ever produced, because I was so super inspired just by getting the opportunity. And it was just turning out so great. And I had never done ghost production before, and at that point I realized that during the production of that track, because it turned out to be my best track I had ever made, and at that time I was also doing electro house type of stuff, I kind of built up a connection to that track, to that project. So I eventually started sending that project to a couple of record label owners that I knew, just privately, not, you know, just privately telling them, don't release it just now, don't tell anybody about it, just let me know if you would be willing to release it. And a lot of these labels said yes. So at that point I just ditched the whole idea to ghost produce, and I just released the track myself, and it became one of my first releases ever. So yes, I have done ghost production, I have done it, but during the whole making of the project I realized that it wasn't really the thing for me, because, well, especially not if I have to make a track in a similar genre as to what I make myself. I don't make electro house anymore, so if anybody wants me to do that right now, I would probably do it. But not if anybody comes to me and says like, I want a drum and bass track. I'm gonna say no, because I just know that if I'm gonna ghost produce a drum and bass track, I'm gonna build up a connection to that track, because because I'm producing drum and bass myself. So any of the drum and bass or drum and bass related genres, I'm probably not gonna ghost produce for, because, you know, that's just not gonna work. Yeah, it's a long time ago. It's like 2009-ish, something like that. Can we hear the track? It sounds really fucking shit, to be honest. It's called Roll on You, and it should be on Spotify, I think. So you can check it out if you want, but it's a really shit track. If I listen to it back now, what was I doing, honestly? But I mean, this is a long time ago, so if you wanna check it out though, just search on Spotify or YouTube. Just search Roll on You ARTFX, and that will probably get you the track. But it was really a funny process, to be honest. Like, I guess at some point they actually started hating on me because I just, you know, I just chickened out. Not because I was afraid. I just said like, oh, sorry man, I think the track is really turning out great, and I realized ghost production is not my thing. So yeah, I found a label to release a track, so that's what I'm gonna do. And that was the end of that, and I never heard back from them. I got one angry email from, I think it was Ty, that sent me an angry email that he was not happy with it or something, but I was just like, yeah mate, just, you're asking an unexperienced producer, somebody who has no experience with ghost producing, and you're asking them to produce a track for you, well, then you should realize that something like this could happen. And that was that. I never heard back of them again, which is fine. I mean, I don't give a shit. Oh, I don't know about Dim Mak being a crap label. I have no clue. I liked Steve Aoki's music in the past, so when he gave me the opportunity, I don't even think he himself sent me an email. It was probably just somebody of his record label that saw my stuff, and there's even a big chance that he himself, Steve Aoki himself, has even never heard of my name. I think that's actually the case. But, yeah, I really don't care. And, I mean, the fact that back then they were looking for a track, and I sent them a demo of the track I was making, and the demos sounded even shittier than the final released version. And even then they were saying, yeah man, this is nice, finish the track and send it to us so we can release it under Ty's name. And I mean, if I listen back to it now, I'm like, what were they even thinking? Why did they want me to produce the fucking track? But okay, I mean, it's what happened. Okay, let's see. Let's go back into the layers here. I'm gonna change some stuff in this layer. Let's see. I'm gonna try first of all moving it down an octave. Yeah, that's better. Okay, we have a start to a track. I've seen Steve Aoki live. He literally is an entertainer rather than DJ. I just see him throw cakes and jump up and down. Yeah, that's what he is. That's what he is. He's not really a DJ, to be honest. He just presses play and then makes a party, which is fine. I mean, I guess people go to his shows to, I don't know, get sprayed with a fucking foam gun and shit like that. But, I mean, if that's your thing, then do it, but not me. If I go to a party, I'm going there for the fucking music. I'm going there to go nuts, you know? If I go to a drum and bass party, I don't want to get fucking sprayed with foam in my face, and I don't want to have a fucking cake in my face. I just want to have a great time, get wasted, and just dance my fucking ass off, and just skank my ass off to the drum and bass, I guess. Yeah, but I mean, if it's your thing, then go for it. Let's think. What do we need? We need something here in the build. That's where we need a riser. So let's start making a riser, actually. I'm just gonna make a new MIDI track, create a 16-bar clip, and I'll put an F note in here, and I'll... Yeah, we can... Let's make the riser go up to about here, so we have a little bit of a gap in front of the drop. Burp count, I'm not sure. I think it's about 6 or 7 now, but nobody's doing the count today. I don't know where Chris is. Chris might be asleep. He said he was going to bed earlier, so I think Chris is sleeping. I'm not sure though. Let me turn some light on. It's getting a little bit darker out. By the way, guys, if you want some of the shirts, basicwaves.com, use the code ARTFX10 and you will get 10% discount. I'm actually working together with them right now, and I'm actually thinking of, you know, doing some designs for them. So I've actually bought a whole bunch of new drawing gear, and I'm actually going to draw my artwork for this upcoming EP. And if it turns out nice, I might actually just contact them and say, would you like to print this on a t-shirt and do a collaboration? I've actually gave them some tips already on collaborations between me and them for some t-shirt designs, and they were pretty stoked about it. So I'm definitely interested to see where this is all going to end up. But maybe, just maybe, we might get some ARTFX merch. Who knows? We'll see. Could be great. Let's load up Axfer Records Serum and make a riser with it. So I'm gonna go in here and let me go into the pitch bend and just create a pitch bend up. And I like to make this on the end so that it doesn't jump all the way back down to 0 instantaneously, because then you might get a click on the end of the riser. And I just do that so that it just goes back down gradually. No, Julian Gray did not force me to buy the shirts. They actually contacted me and Julian Gray, and we both teamed up with this company, and that's how it all happened. I'm not, you know, Julian Gray did not tell me anything. It's like, it's pretty simple. They just started making shirts, and they want to make shirts aimed at music producers. I like the designs though. There's a limited amount of designs right now, but they're going to be doing more. They're actually thinking of a lot more different items as well. Right now it's only t-shirts, but they're also thinking about hoodies, sweaters, whatnot. I mean, there's going to be caps, probably beanies or whatever, maybe socks, I don't know. We'll figure that out. But they're actually thinking of a lot more than what they currently have in stock. So there's going to be more designs upcoming. There's going to be, I think they're teaming up with some other artists as well, not necessarily YouTubers, but also different artists. So there's a lot more to come. And yeah, I think the shirts are nice. They're good quality shirts. The prints are good quality. I washed this shirt about 3 times already, and the print still looks pretty fucking crisp. So that's good. I've had a few shirts that after just a few washes the print would start to come off, and well, that's not the case, so that's good. Why aren't you the brand ambassador? I guess we both are, in a way. I just haven't got to making some photographs yet, but I'll probably shoot some photos of me with the shirts and send them over to them. They haven't really asked me to do that. They didn't ask Julian either, I think. I think he just shot the photos and then sent them over to them, and they were like, oh cool, we can use these. And I'm actually going to do that as well, so I'm just going to shoot some photos, but I'll have to see who can shoot the photos, but because, I mean, I'm a photographer by myself, but I can't shoot my own photos, right? So I'll see. We'll see. Basic Waves undies would be the best seller. Yeah. Yeah. Gotta know the shirt's softness level. They are pretty soft, to be honest. They're not these thick cotton shirts. They're a little bit thin. They're not like super thin, but they are really, they're just, I don't know, just a right softness, I guess. Every now and then I had a few of these shirts which feel a little bit harder, like they just feel heavier and they're harder as well. But this not, it just, I don't know, it's just a good shirt. It's a little bit stretchy as well, which is nice. So, hey ARTFX, do you know if there's a way to automate the mod wheel in Contact? It's actually a pain in the ass to control orchestral stuff prominence only by manually controlling the knob and recording it if I don't have a MIDI keyboard at all. Okay, you can actually do that. Are you an Ableton user or not? That's the first thing I have to know. Because if you're an Ableton user, it's actually pretty easy. So, let me know in the chat. What DAW do you use? Do you use Ableton or FL, Cubase, any of the ones? I might not know how to do it in another DAW, but I know how to do it in Ableton, so let me just explain how it's done in Ableton. So in Ableton, if you have a MIDI track, so let me just open up MIDI track. This one actually has Contact on it. So if you bring up a MIDI clip, by default it's gonna look like this. So you're only gonna see the MIDI note, right? Inside a MIDI clip, you can automate. You don't have to do the automation on a track itself. So, see right here, I'm doing automation on the track. So that is cool, but you can also embed automation inside of a MIDI clip. And that is where you can automate stuff like the pitch bend wheel, but also the mod wheel. So you go inside of a MIDI clip, and in the bottom left, you see these two knobs. The first one is pretty much what you're seeing right now, and the second one will bring up the envelopes window. Now envelopes is pretty much a different word for automation. I mean, an envelope will move a knob over time. So the only difference is that the automation will stick to the clip. So if I move this clip around, the automation is always going to be in that clip. So it's always going to be the same. Whereas if it's on the track here, depending on if this knob is turned on, if I move the clip around, the automation will either move along with the clip or it will stay fixed to the position it's at. So inside of the MIDI clip, if you want to automate the mod wheel, right here you've got two drop-down boxes. The first one has to say MIDI control, so that's the first option. Right now, for me, it's the only option pretty much, so just make sure that it's on that one. It should be by default. And then in the second box, you can click that, and you get a whole list of options. Now, most of them are blank and will not do anything, but right here you can see the first one is pitch bend. That is the one most of people are familiar with. But then you've also got the first one called one modulation. That is actually MIDI CC1, so that is the same as what your mod wheel on a MIDI keyboard would actually send out. So by default, the mod wheel on your MIDI keyboard will send out the MIDI CC1. And the MIDI CC, every knob has its own MIDI CC. So the mod wheel is 1, the pitch bend is 0, I think. And then you've got a lot of different ones. So you can see like a foot pedal would be 4, portamento time would be 5. So you can actually control quite a bit of things with these automations inside of the MIDI clips. So of course, if you then want to automate the mod wheel, you click on modulation and you just add some automation here, and that will automate the mod wheel. So that's how easy it is. I'm not sure if you do it how you do it in like FL Studio or in a different DAW, but okay, you're using Ableton Live 9. It should be exactly the same in Ableton Live 9, so that's how you do it. It's pretty easy, actually. The last few sentences were good for it. That's what she said. Jokes. I don't know what I said, but maybe. I wish we could do a stream with everyone's webcam and mic. I've been watching the Joe Ford live streams, and the functionality to get everyone involved is really cool. He does live streams? Mate, link me up. Where does he do live streams? I'm gonna join in the next time. For fucking sure. That would be sick. What were we doing? Oh yeah, we were making a riser. We want 24 semitones of rise time, I think. Yeah. That's a quick enough rise. I'm actually gonna do 12 up and 12 down, and I'll explain to you guys why. Because I'm not going up 16 beats long, or 16 bars long. I'm actually going up 15 bars long, and then the riser stops. So I would now have to do this to get the same result. It's gonna start an octave lower, but it still rises at the same speed. Now, if we look at this right now, you can see that at 9 bars, so that's at the center of this clip, so that's right in the center here, the pitch does not align with the center line. So I'm actually going to make a dot here, and I'm going to set that to 0, so that for just that really brief moment, right at the start of that 9th bar, it'll actually be in key. It's a really subtle detail, but I like to do that to my risers, just because I find it just really makes sense to have it sync up, even though the note is not the exact length of this section of the track. I mean, it's not really needed, but it's a very minor detail. I pretty much always do it. Joe Ford is so good. He spends about 5 hours making a kick. Nice. Nice. I mean, I could do that as well. I mean, I'm not gonna joke around it. I could do that easily as well. So what do we want to do for this riser? Let's load up one of these spectral ones. Refinements. Okay, I'm gonna increase the amount of voices. I'm gonna bring the detune down. Okay, I'm gonna go into the matrix and let's see. Yeah, so I can take the pitch bend, because we are already moving up in pitch, right? So I can take the pitch bend now, and I can set it to several different parameters as well. So that when we bend up in pitch, it's not only going to bend up in pitch, but it's also going to do some other stuff. So I'm gonna set this to the oscillator A detune amount of the unison. So I'm gonna bring that up a little bit, and let me bend this down a bit as well. So now we should get more detuning towards the end of the riser. Yeah, so that works. I'm gonna set up another one, and let's give this one some voices as well. Make it a little bit more detuned, and I'm gonna replicate the same thing. So let's select pitch bend, move that up. I'm not even gonna bother if they're the exact same amount. I don't really care. So I'm just gonna set this to the unison detune amount as well, and I'll bend this one up a little bit, down a little bit less. This bending option actually controls how, it pretty much controls the curve that the automation makes. So if this is at linear, it will just follow the automation curve that you've drawn exactly. So it will just pretty much just follow that line. But as soon as you start bending this one, it will actually either bend down a bit from that line that you've drawn, or bend up a little bit from that line that you've drawn. So you can affect how quick that unison detune amount comes up, without actually affecting the pitch bend that is coming up. So that's really nice, and that's why I do this a lot. Hey Delirium Boy, welcome. Welcome. Yeah, I mean, Joe Ford is great at what he does. He's great, but I've never seen a stream, so hook me up with where he streams in the Discord server, and I'll be happy to join in next time. Let's see, what else can we do? Let's try assigning that second oscillator to the first one on the FM amount. Just put a little bit. I don't want to have a super crazy FM sound. Yeah, that could work. I might want to go up a little bit further. Let's see. I should go into the matrix. Let's move that one up a little bit more. Actually, I'm gonna make it go up a lot more. To about here. Why is it called drum and bass? Well, it's pretty obvious, right? Yeah, I guess that works. Now, let's see, can we do something cool to this? We can take this one and maybe use the mirror. That might do some crazy stuff. Let's try assigning an LFO, a free-running LFO, to the mirror here. Let's just make that go up and down a bit. Pretty slow. And then I'm gonna try what it sounds like if we assign the pitch bend to LFO number 1 rate, and let's make that go up. And I'm gonna bend this one down quite a bit, because I only want that to come up on the end of the riser. Okay, wait. Oh, let me make that one unipolar. Yeah, it's starting to sound interesting. What happened to your vape? Nothing happened. It's right here. I've been using it all the time. But it's not a weed vaporizer, so. Okay, so we need to connect this somehow. We need some kind of an element that comes in here. I'm not too sure what though. I might want to try finding like a melody bit that we can use in the intro. No, mate, I'm not on the whiskey tonight. I'm on the beer. Yeah, I know what I want to do. And I probably need Omnisphere for it again. I'm just gonna start with a kind of like a guitar type of sound. I might layer it up with a synth later, but I'm gonna start with a guitar type sound because that's easy to make this kind of thing with that I have an idea for. So let's try guitars, and I'm just gonna search for one. Hey, since Dan has just joined in, let's take Dan's studio dirty baritone. That's gonna be the right one to use. Let's see. So I wanted to come in on the end here. I'm just gonna... I'm gonna take the delay off. Let's see, effects, chorus echo. Let's turn it off. Yeah. Okay, now we need a little fill before it. Okay, the one on the end. The one on the end is gonna go. But I like this. I like what it's doing. It's starting to sound pretty interesting. And that dense studio baritone actually sounds pretty damn fucking awesome. I want to try what it sounds like if I add a little bit of distortion to it though. So I'm gonna try and make it sound a little bit dirtier. Let's see. What are we gonna use? Let's just try Isotope Trash, I guess. This is some evil sounding shit. I hope you mean shit in a good way. Okay. Okay, we'll have to work on the distortion part, but I like that guitar kind of thing actually. Let's see. I'm gonna turn the distortion is off. I'm gonna turn it off for now. Let's see what it sounds like. Okay, we need that guitar again, right here. We need a higher note on top of it. And the riser continues there. Let me actually, because the riser sounds nice. The riser is good. I mean the little riser that we have, the cinematic one. I'm gonna freeze that one so that it's basically gonna be the same wherever I start playing. With the new Ableton Live update, or with the Ableton Live 10 update, in Ableton Live 9, when you would play from in the middle of a clip, it would simply not play the clip. You would have to play it from where the MIDI note starts. But in Live 10, this new option that you can turn off and on, but I have it turned on, it'll basically start playing from wherever you start in the clip. And that's nice if you have like a melody or something like that, or a bass line. But with these risers that take a longer period of time, it's not nice, because then you might hear the riser come in later than it's supposed to. So I just freeze it, and that fixes it. And So I want to do something with this one here. Let's see. Okay. I think I have to take the lower notes out. Yeah, that's what I want. Artem, I see you there. What's up, bro? I've been watching your streams for a while now, and I wanted to say that I really appreciate you doing this, and it's been a ride learning so much new production-related things from your content. All that writing and a 200 character limitation. Basically, I wanted to say thank you. Mate, thank you a lot. I mean, every time somebody says something like that, that's really what motivates me to keep on going. I mean, I get emails from people saying like, I've learned so much from you and over the years, and now look where I am. I've got my first release, and you know, stuff like that just really, it really makes me happy, you know, just to hear stuff like that. It kind of confirms that what I'm doing is going the right direction, even though I guess I know that it's going the right direction, but stuff like that just confirms it, you know, and that's always great to hear. So, thanks. And horror movies are not gay if they're made well. I mean, even the shittier B horror movies can be nice, but more because they're funny than that they're actually scary. Okay, I probably want to add some reverb to that last guitar hit, or I might want to compress the shit out of this guitar so that it gets really long, that note, and I'm actually going to extend that note for quite a bit so that I can just compress the tail of it, I guess, just to make it very long. Or I might put some reverb on it. I'll see how I'm going to do that. I'm putting another EQ in front of it here, so that when I turn Isotope Trash on, I hope it's going to sound a little bit less muddy. Yeah. That's better. Now we can start looking for a good distortion. A little bit too much. I might do a little feedback session at the end of this stream, so I might do that. Damn. Sounds pretty cool. Okay, cool, man. Just if anybody else has a track ready, then get your tracks ready as well. You can send an email to feedback@artfx-studios.com. I'll put up the email Oops. I'll put up the email later in the stream on screen when I start doing feedback. I'll probably do feedback for, I don't know, maybe an hour or an hour and a half on the end of the stream. So, I think that would be nice. Hey Vorman, welcome. I'll play the entire thing that we made so far, and then we'll figure out what we're gonna do for the next section. Okay, I'm actually gonna make that last note even longer. I can just extend it all the way. Just let that note ring out. RT, any D&B producer I need to check out? Well, I'm not sure if you heard the latest Matthews EP, but I would start with that. Blackson Empire. I don't know, all the big neuro guys. It's just search up Neurofunk. Actually, go to my Soundcloud, and on my Soundcloud I have a playlist called the Never Ending Neurofunk playlist. I thought it was going to be a never-ending playlist, but I found out it is actually going to be a playlist that is going to end at some point, because I've reached the maximum amount of tracks in that playlist. But that playlist is filled with Neurofunk tracks that I like. So if you want to have good Neurofunk, and if you want to find some new artists, just start listening to that playlist, and there's countless of good Neurofunk tracks in there. So I can actually link you it if you want. Let me go to my SoundCloud page, and let me find the playlist. You've heard all of them. Well, then the link is just there for anybody else who wants to hear it. But if you've heard all of them, then just start listening to other tracks of the artists that are in that playlist, and maybe just search for. Okay, well, then start listening to the playlist. I mean, there's a lot more artists in there that I have not named, so, and that I'm probably gonna be a little bit well, I might not remember their name or not really listen to them a lot, but they still make great tracks. So just check out that playlist, and you'll find countless of great tracks. I mean, how much? There's like 500 tracks in it, I think. Yeah, there's 500 tracks in the playlist, and apparently that's the maximum amount you can put inside of a SoundCloud playlist, but that's gonna keep you listening for a while. I'm not sure how many hours of music that is, but it's a lot. So, that sound of the guitar reminds me of one old Kruder and Dorfmeister track called Speechless. Well, I'm not familiar with the track, so I don't know, but might be. Is there a reason you started at the beginning? I always start at the drop. Yes, because for this track, I actually have a bunch of vocals that I want to start layering into the breakdown section and into the build-up section. And that is actually what inspired me to make this track. So we're actually going to get close to the point of at least starting to put some vocals in it. Now, these are vocals from a documentary about jellyfish. So be prepared. We're gonna go do something fucking crazy. Or we're gonna try at least. I mean, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna promise anything, but we'll try. And I want to try and use some of that vocal in the build-up section as well. I want to do something with a delay, so that the delay has a really long feedback time, and that the vocal gets repeated and kind of morphs over time. That's what I'm gonna try and make. And that's why I started with the first section of the track, because I knew I needed to have like an intro and a build-up to be able to layer that vocal in it. And I'm not too sure what I want the drop to do. I think I wanted to, well, like, I'm not sure actually right now. So we might actually have a pretty big struggle to get to a good sounding drop. But who knows? We'll see what happens. If you take a wobble bass and slowly fade it upwards, make it slowly go louder through that part of the song. Yeah, I might add some bass at some point. I'm not too sure yet. I don't have any idea what I want to do for the bass, so we'll see what I'm gonna do. Have you heard that new track from Noisia and Former Cleansing? Yeah, I did. Which preset did you use in the guitar? That's a preset on Omnisphere, and it's called Dance Studio Dirty Baritone. And the only thing I've done, I've turned on the chorus echo in the effects section, because it actually had a delay on it, and I wasn't really a big fan of it, so I just took the delay off. Yeah, it's a lot of songs, so you'll be busy listening to that playlist for a while. And yes, that is the feedback email address, so thanks Exemption for mentioning that. Guys, I'm gonna put this on play for just a bit. I'll put this whole section on play, and I'm just on repeat actually. I'm gonna go downstairs real quick, have a little bathroom break, and grab myself a couple of new drinks. And I'll be back in just a little bit. Okay, let's do a little bit of housekeeping right now. Okay, I already named those two tracks. I'm actually gonna group these two. No, I'm not gonna group them together. I don't have to. Let's just close them down. We have nothing there yet. Let's give these a few names. So that's gonna be the, well, I guess the spooky pad. Or the spooky drone. And then this one is gonna be the low drone. Actually sounds pretty cool on its own. That one sounds pretty awesome. And then we have the guitar, so the baritone guitar. Very cool shirt. Thanks. If you want to get one, you can actually get this shirt. I've teamed up with a company called Basic Waves, and you can use the code ARTFX10 for 10% discount. So if you want to get one of the shirts on YouTube, the link to their website is in the description, and on that website, if you use the code, you will get 10% discount, and I will get a little part of the money that you pay. So you help me out, and you get a shirt. And no, I'm not going to turn into Jake Paul and plug my merch all the time. It's not even my merch, so. It's spooky. Well, I don't care. I think spooky pad is or spooky drone is the best way to describe it. So this is going to be the big sub hit or the sub impact hit, whatever. This is the cinematic riser. So that's the let's call this one the rise and hit. Rise and hit. And this is going to be our main riser. That we'll probably have to put some more effects on, but we'll see. Buy that merch, yeah. Buy it. Next song, boys, I'm gonna make vocals that are all about merch. I'm gonna rap all about my merch, and we're gonna do that next time. I've already hooked some people up to shoot the video clip, and you know it's gonna launch around Christmas. Be ready for that. Holy shit, that fucking dude, he just keeps amazing me. So maybe I want to have some bass here come in. Let's see. Yeah, I might want to have some bass in there. Let's see. I'll just start making a basic Reese, something that we can start our bass from. Let's try to go and pick X for Serum. Oh my god. Oh, you watched the World Cup match? Yeah, I'm not a big football fan. I mean, if I wasn't doing a stream, I would probably be watching anyway. But like the World Cup is pretty cool. It's like the first round right now, so it's not really that interesting yet, but might get interesting at some point. We had like a whole bunch of Dutch people actually playing for Morocco, and they lost their first match, so they're gonna be fucked because they have to play against Portugal and Spain, I think, which is like two of the better teams out there, I guess. And yeah, so they're fucked. They were like, we have to win this first match because then we might make a chance to get through this first round. And what do? They lose the match in the 95th minute, so that's like 5 minutes after time, and they just lose the match. It's like, because of an own goal as well. Like, how much does that suck? That fucking dude, he's hating himself right now, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you, he's fucking not liking his life at the moment. I'm pretty sure of that. I mean, it sucks for them, but I would like to if they would have gone through the next round, but I guess not. We have to bend that. That's gonna sound better. Oh yeah. Let's move it down an octave.
See, I'm a playboy.
Medic coming in again. Yeah?
Meep, how many burps so far?
I think we're at about 10. Probably. I think. I think we are at about 10. Thanks again for the €5 donation. Medic must be my all-time top donator by now. I'm pretty sure of that. Thanks a lot, mate. Thanks a lot. You're really, really helping. Mostly because of fucking Zen World. What's that about? Oh, you're talking about Takami and Mala. Oh. Okay, we have to start making this Reese. This could be a good Reese to start with. I like that F to F sharp an octave up, and then F sharp to, or F to F sharp an octave, or 2 octaves up. It's kind of like an interesting thing. And it follows, I think it follows the same bending that we have going on right here. Let's see. How long does that take? So we have the mod wheel. So after 2 bars, the mod wheel comes up. Okay, it doesn't. It doesn't actually. It speeds up a little bit, but it's still nice. It has the same kind of movement as what we have in the intro, except it's twice as fast, but it's still the same movement, so that's nice. I have a question. Okay, we're gonna get into that then. When I'm working on a glitchy drop, I always have trouble making my basses agree with each other. Like, it sounds disconnected and they don't shake hands, if that makes sense. It might be because the bass sounds are coming from all over the place, and you just have to take, like, what I usually do if I want to make a glitchy drop is I usually start off by making a Reese bass or something simple, and usually I'll just start off with something on one note. And I'll just make a Reese with a little bit of modulation with maybe some notch filters or something subtle, but just to give it some movement. And then I'll probably just bounce that to audio, put that in a sampler, and then do the same thing again, but this time start adding some slight pitch bends here and there. Nothing too crazy, still try and keep it a little bit with some longer notes and maybe some slight pitch bends here and there, just to change the tone of the bass a little bit. And you can get a little bit crazier in this second phase, just do some more crazy stuff, and sometimes it'll sound pretty cool after that second phase, and if not, you'll just bounce it to audio again and put that back into a sampler and do the same thing again. And after a while, you're just gonna come up with a whole variety of sounds, and you can even have, like, just have Ableton playing for 5 minutes, and while you're just tweaking the sounds, while you're just tweaking the stuff in the sampler, tweaking, I don't know, tweaking the pitch, tweaking effects around, and just do crazy shit. Don't really pay attention to if it's all good or if it's all usable. If some parts sound shit, don't really mind about that. Just go crazy mangling stuff up and just turning knobs and automating stuff over time. And then you'll have like a clip of, I don't know, 3 minutes or 5 minutes long. And in there is going to be so many good sounds. So you'll be able to just chop out all the good bits And because all those bits are made from the same source, they're most likely gonna fit well together. You might have to do a little bit of work, but it's not gonna be as much work as when you take like bass sounds from a whole variety of different sources. Like if you take a bass sound from one sample pack, and then you take a bass sound that you sample from another track, and you take something else from your own sample library, those might not really work together because they're not coming from the same source. And I feel like, especially with bass lines, you don't want to get too crazy. Like, it has to sound crazy, but production wise you want to try and keep it as simple as possible. And I think it all starts with at least taking stuff from the same source, because that will help a lot. And you can have, like, I don't know, maybe like a different bass sound at the end of a phrase, just to break it up and just to bring something different in, or throw the listener off, and then go back into that same sound that you're using for pretty much the entire bass line. And you'll use those different bass sounds for just like a fill section on the end of a phrase, just to lead you into the next section. But keep like the main bass sound like from the same source, and that's what I would do at least.
Riggedy wrecked, son!
Thanks, Swagstar Beats come for the follow. Have you got any interesting synths to play around with to create interesting sounds? I think Reactor has some wicked things in there. Yeah, Reactor is nice. Reactor is nice, of course. I've been playing with Absinthe lately. Absinthe is pretty cool. It's a pretty old synth, but I still like it. I've also been trying to wrap my head around and playing around a bit with Sonic Academy Anna 2. They sent me that plugin for review, and actually quite a while ago, so I still have to do the review though. And I'm really liking it. So Sonic Academy Anna 2 is pretty awesome. And I've also picked up Dimitri Chess Thorn, and that one is pretty awesome. It has some weird ways of changing the sound up, so it's pretty cool. It has some weird, interesting things, and I might pull it up a little later. Silent is a good one. They've actually been sponsoring me for a long time now. I like their stuff. They're great. Silent is a good plugin. It's not really the best one for like the more crazier stuff, because it has no way to do FM or stuff like that. Like a lot of the neuro basses and stuff have a lot of FM in them to create them, so the FM sounds are definitely widely used in these kind of genres. But for the more analog type sounds, Silent is really good, and it's definitely a good one. It has a great unison on it, so the detuning is really good. So that's why I would definitely like to use it. And if you make a genre that uses a lot of super solves or stuff like that, so trance music or I don't know, future bass or anything like that, Silent is probably a plugin I would definitely pick up. Same for like Spire. Spire is pretty cool. Yeah, Anna 2 is pretty awesome. I know. I've just really started getting into it, and I have to say, I do like it. It's pretty awesome. And holy shit, we have 56 viewers right now. That's almost a new record, I think. Hello everybody, welcome here. If you guys are new here and you want to be part of a music production community, I run a Discord community, so if you want to be part of that, it's a place where we talk about music production and where you can post your music, post your latest release, maybe even find somebody to do some artwork for you, or I don't know, just hang out and talk with us, get some tips, or give other people some tips. The link is below the stream, so if you want to join, check out that, click the link, and it'll add you to the Discord community. Harmer was fun. I'm not a big fan of Harmer. I've said that in the past. I'm not a big fan of what it sounds like, or I like the sound, but I'm not a big fan of the interface. That's what I should say. I don't like what the interface looks like. So I'm gonna up the voices here. Let's see what that does. Okay, let's add another oscillator, and let's do some FM. FM from B. Let's bring that up a bit. Okay, I'm gonna set this one so that it starts at the same position every time. Can you get Harmor inside of Ableton? Yes, you can. You just have to make sure that you buy the VST version. I actually have them, I just have not installed them. I actually own the entire Image Line VST bundle. I bought it like a while ago when I switched from FL Studio to Ableton. Then I bought the FL Studio VST bundle, and I pretty much have all the VST plugins that they have. I have installed FL Studio though, the new one, because I own FL Studio, so I bought I actually upgraded and I installed the new one. I haven't opened it yet though, but I haven't installed the VST plugins yet. I just didn't feel like doing it. I might do it at some point, but I mean I have a pretty much a good substitute for any of their plugins, so I don't really have a need for them anymore. Plus I don't really like Harmor to begin with, so probably I won't even install Harmor. The only thing I would use it for is maybe the imagery synthesis part, but other than that, I don't really see much reason to use it. But I still have them though. I just would have to install and download and install them, but who cares? Let's see. Okay, I will have to add some more sub to this because it lacks a little bit of sub right now, but that's not a big problem. It's easy to do. Let's try and add a little bit of modulation to this. So I'm going to assign the note value to this cutoff position. Let's see what it sounds like right now. So now it's really subtle, but you can see the bottom note is right there. I'm just going to bring this down, like that. And the top note is right there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this up. And I actually have to check where the other top note is. So I'm going to move this one to about here. Now it's too much right now, but I'm going to bring this down and I'm going to bring this one up. Okay. And I'm actually going to create a little dot here. This one can go a little bit. Okay. Now, if we distort this, we're going to get more of that high frequencies back, and we can always use multiband compression to bring it back, or layer some noise in here. But for now, this will definitely help to give it some more character, and some more movement as well. Now, I might want to do some more movement, and that's probably going to be on the higher notes. So when it bends up to the higher notes, I might want to add some pitch bend to it, and I think or some vibrato, I should say. So I'm going to load up, let's see, the first LFO. I'm going to load up a sine wave. So we'll load up a sine, and I'm going to sine this sine wave, LFO number 1, to the global master tuning, or yeah, let's do the global master tuning. Or no, I'm actually going to do the fine tune. That's easier. I'll add it to the fine tune. or global master tuning is easier actually. Let's just bring this up to, I don't know, maybe 2. And I should speed it up quite a bit. So I'm gonna make it, I think, 1/16. I'm gonna make it less though. 1, probably. Yeah, I should really do it with the fine tune. So let's go to the fine tune here. Let's set it up to about, maybe about 46. Maybe even less. 35. Okay, so I'm gonna copy that LFO number 1 for oscillator B, fine tune, and I'll bring that up to 35 as well. Now, I don't want to have it on the low note, I only want to have it on the higher notes. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to take macro number 1 on the aux source, which means that now macro number 1 is controlling the amount of this fine tune. So now I can call this one vibrato, because that's what it is. And I'm just going to bring that up on the automation lane. I'm just going to automate that. So on the higher note, we're going to get vibrato, and it's going to stop on the end again. And we'll copy this over. So now we have some vibrato. I never understand the matrix and master tuning. Can you explain how it works, please? It's very simple. It's basically just a master pitch. So if you connect something to the master tuning, it's basically just a coarse pitch. So it's basically just the same as the coarse pitch right here on any of the oscillators. And that's just if I go to the oscillator itself, the coarse pitch is this one right here. So if you move that one, you can hear that it moves in, I think you can go 48 semitones down and 48 semitones up or something like that. Basically, it has a huge range. So using the global master tuning for vibrato is a little bit hard, because you would have to set it to a really low amount. Or, and you could actually do it the way I'm doing it right now, because with the macro attached to it, if I use the global master tuning, I can use this macro knob to set the amount of it. So I would actually just have to bring this macro knob up a little bit, and I would have my vibrato. But I'm using it right now to actually automate the vibrato in, so I like to just do it like this. One thing you have to make sure of, though, is that these two are set to bipolar, because you can see the sine wave starts on the middle line of the LFO, right? So you want to have that in bipolar, so that the when the macro knob is down here, the LFO is right at the center position and it just stays there pretty much. And that line is going to be the center pitch as well. So because the LFO is now moving up and down, below and up the note that it's actually playing. I'm not sure how to explain it properly, but and fucking hell, my eye is itchy. Am I again stung by a fucking mosquito? Yeah, it's just a pitch bend. It's just a master pitch, pretty much. Okay. I want to try playing around with this second oscillator a little bit. See if we can, if I take maybe one of these other ones like Trilobite or anything like that, it's gonna change up the way this first one sounds because of the FM. So let's see what that does. Okay, I like that. I'm actually going to put a EQ8 on here. I'm going to switch this to the mid-side mode. And in the sides, I'm going to add a high pass. I'm going to do that at about 150, 170 hertz, something like that. Maybe even a little bit higher. This is going to help to make everything mono below that. I want to keep a bit in it. I want to keep a bit of it in though. I don't want to take it all out. So I want to stay around here, which is like between 100 and 200 hertz. I think I would like to stay there. I think that works. How do you enable portamento and shit like that in sampler? Inside the Ableton sampler, that's really easy. If you just have the sampler. You have the sampler here. You just go to the global tab first, and you set the amount of voices to 1. That means that there's no way that there's gonna be more than one note playing at the same time. So now it'll just jump from one note to the other, just without a glide. It'll just jump to the new note, and it'll just stop the other note that was already playing. And then you go to the pitch tab, and in here you go to glide, which is here. You click that and you turn glide on, and then here you can set the time, and that's how you do it. Now it'll glide between notes. It's as easy as that. Let's see what this looks like. I can see that we have a little bit more volume in the right channel. Okay. Well, we have a riser. We just have to finish it. Okay. Let's see. We have a few things that I might want to fix. We have the low drone. That is probably causing the volume difference. Yeah, it is. Let's put an EQ8 on here. Let's do the same thing. Let's go to mid-side mode, go to the sides, create a high pass. Let's do this. I'm actually going to increase the high frequencies in the sides. Let's see what happens if we record it now. I think the volume difference between the left and right channel is going to be a little bit better now. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. It's a lot more even now. And we can probably increase the gain a little bit on that low pad. I don't know when the last stream is going to be up. If you want to see the last stream, just go to my Discord server and check the announcements tab. The link will be there. Okay, I'm gonna do the same thing on the Reese, because the Reese bass is actually doing the same thing. Oh, I'm already doing it. The sub in the Reese bass is just very inconsistent, most likely. So what would be smart is to layer a sub underneath here. So let's group this. Let's duplicate this. I'm just gonna turn this into a low pass. And let's bring the amount of voices down, or let's just turn this one off as well. Let's turn the FM off. And I'll even turn off the filter. And then I'll turn this one into a stereo one. And it was about, where did I make the cut? 147 hertz. About there. Okay, and I'm actually gonna put a limiter on here. Let's put FabFilter Pro L2 on here, just to make sure we're not gonna clip this channel. Let's See, we're getting a little bit of gain reduction. Not much. But that's nice. It just catches the peaks. Let's take this one. Let's just bring the gain up a little bit. I'm actually gonna high pass this as well, just a little bit. It's not an update. There's probably you probably just need to turn this section of the plugin on. I forgot where you do that actually. Let's see. Oh, here. Right here, it's probably set to just this. That's probably what it looks like. So here you have this little knob here. If you set that to loudness, it'll actually bring up the LUFS loudness meter. And that's pretty much what I use mostly, but it'll just bring that up whenever you bring up the plugin. It's pretty much Pro L2. That was pretty much the only thing that they added with Pro L2, and a few new styles right here. That's the only thing they did. It was a very small update, to be honest. Yeah. Isn't it time for vocals? Yeah, I guess we should find something. Let's see. I have a bunch. I have a bunch of stuff. Like which one?
In these
Oh wait. Let's see. This one, I think this one was pretty cool. Let's unwarp it though.
After doctors scraped the victim's skin for stinging cells, Jamie ID'd the killer. Irukanji. Its venom is
Nah, that one was not the one. Let's see. I had a few ones. I chopped out a few ones. I'm not sure if I will be able to use it. This one sounds like, or looks like, it's not really usable, but we'll see. Let's see what this one is. Oh, it's actually wave sound, so that's could be actually pretty useful. I mean, that's not too bad. We could probably fit that in.
At last, detective and killer meet.
Like, I would probably first do that, or not. Maybe let's just keep it like that. Let's bring this down a bit. And I usually pitch them down, just like, I don't know, 2 or 3 semitones. Hey, Liquid Acoustics, welcome back. And welcome, Alex Nicky. I'm not sure if I've ever seen you before, but welcome to the stream. And I'm doing great, Liquid Acoustics.
At last, detective and killer meet. This speck of white is the elusive Irukanji. For the first time,
Irukandji is filmed in the wild.
Nah. I had one that was really fucking awesome, but I'm not sure which one it is. We can just try. Let's see if we can find it. This one looks better though. This one looks like it's easier to fit in because it has less background noise.
Irukandji venom triggers a whole syndrome of reactions, from pain to cramps to nausea. Because doctors must know what's coming next, putting a patient under is risky. No single painkiller works for everyone, except time.
Not sure. That one sounds a little bit interesting, but...
In northern Australia, an ill wind blows. Irukandji, killer jellyfish, are back. A back. A back. Jellyfish. The killer jellyfish are back.
Like that's a part we could maybe use. And these are all coming from the same documentary, so the voiceover is the same voice in every one of these clips. So I can just chop parts from all of these clips that I like, and then use those to create a vocal part for the track. So I think that's just what we have to do first. Just let's go through them, just find parts that sound cool. So this one...
In northern Australia, an ill wind blows.
I would maybe use... Well, I don't even think I'll use that, so let's just forget about that.
Irukandji, the killer jellyfish, are back.
See, that is maybe something I would use.
The killer jellyfish are back.
Actually, you know, the background noise in this particular one could actually fit the theme. Like, I wanted to make a track with these vocals about killer jellyfish, and I'm actually starting a drawing right now. I've made a drawing of a fucking skull with a jellyfish around it. I just made the basic sketch, and I'm with the jellyfish with the tentacles around it. I'm gonna try and make it into an illustrative kind of style, similar to what you see on a lot of metal t-shirts, like the really high detailed kind of style, and then just use a couple of colors to fill it in on the computer. And that's what I'm gonna try out, and I think it's gonna look awesome though. So I found these vocals and I was like, when I watched the documentary, I was just watching this documentary last night, and I heard a whole bunch of parts that had interesting vocals. So basically every time I heard something cool, I just recorded that entire section of the documentary, and yeah, I just have to find the right bit that I heard when I was watching it. But I just recorded like a good part before and a good part after it as well, because there's like maybe other sections that I could use as well to build a more interesting vocal part. And that orchestral hit sounds pretty cool as well. Yeah, it could actually be used. Let's see what this sounds like if we pitch it down a little bit.
The killer jellyfish.
And then take the formant down.
The killer jellyfish are back.
See? That's like pretty cool, especially the end.
Are back.
Are back. That's pretty cool. We could use that. So let's save this one. Let's keep this one. And now I'm gonna take this second one. And we'll try this one out. So we pitch this down 5 semitones. So I'm gonna do the same on this one. Warp it. 5 semitones down. I actually unwarp it first because sometimes when you load a sample in it, it creates a bunch of warp markers, and I don't want that. So I just unwarp it first, so then it jumps to the actual length of the audio file, and then I warp it again to retain that length, and then I pitch it down. I'll actually do that together with this one, so just do Complex Pro, and I'll bring the formant all the way down.
The killer jellyfish.
Okay, now let's see what's in this one. It has a little bit more background noise, but if we filter maybe the low end out, it might help. Yeah, see, there's a lot of low end in there. So if we just put an EQ on here, do a high pass around here.
Box jellies are the most advanced jellyfish. They can see. They even see their worlds the right way up, no matter how they're orientated. It has 24 eyes grouped in 4 clusters of 6 around the bell. Each cluster has 2 complex eyes that form images, and 4 eyes that simply pick up light.
Nah, that one is not really too interesting. Let's go to the next one. That one is much longer though. And it's getting even longer. Well, let's just skim through it and see if we can find something cool. That -5.
Inside each of these nematocysts, a coiled tube bathed in venom.
Oh, that one could be cool. Even with the first part, that could even work. Bam! Got the fucking mosquito. Goodbye, mate.
Inside each of these nematocysts, a coiled tube bathed in venom. When triggered, the nematocyst explodes into the victim. The tube everts, releasing venom from all sides of the harpoon directly into the bloodstream. The victim receives venom along the entire tentacle from billions of stingers. Entire tentacle, a tentacle, tentacle. Tentacle, 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 tentacle.
Tentacle, testicle, yeah. Just made the fucking build up. That was so awesome. That was so awesome. I guess that's how they made it. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was good. That was nice. Should have recorded that. Oh, can we actually do that? That was awesome. Tentacle remix. How long is that? It's like almost it even like it even fits exactly into 2 beats. It fits exactly into 2 beats. Perfect. Let's do a little fade though.
Tentacle, tentacle, tentacle.
They made it the Serum wavetable. Well, that's similar. That's similar. Then you can do similar things. But I would say this even does a similar thing because of the few warp markers that are in here. And if we use the grain size, it really fucks up the placing of where the vocal sounds, or where the words or the what is it called, a part of a word. What is that called? Is that a consonant? I think it is. Well, whatever. It just fucks up the timing of the vocal. If we fuck with the grain size here.
Tentacle, tentacle, tentacle.
And if we then pitch it down. See, it really starts to do weird stuff.
Tentacle, tentacle, tentacle.
What do we even do just now? We started at
Tentacle, 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 tentacle.
That's like what similar to what they had.
Tentacle, 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 tentacle.
And you could even probably do that inside of here. You would just have to I don't know. You would actually have to have multiple sections of this and just create one long audio clip with this word repeated a whole bunch of times, and then you do pitch that down with on texture mode, set the grain size to this, and then inside of here you can, if I'm right, yeah, you can actually modulate the grain size. So you first set the maximum amount and then you can modulate it, but right now it's not going to work because we're only going to have one repetition of that particular word, and I'm not really going to use this because it's too similar to what they did. But we could use the same effect. We could use the same effect at one point. Yeah, I mean, it's similar to what they do. Oh, I guess syllable. Yeah. I mean, we all use the same tools. It's not like they use something completely different than everybody else uses. They just know what they're doing. Oh yeah. Let's switch that back.
Venom along the entire tentacle from billions of stingers. Venom flows straight to the heart. Instant death.
Instant death.
Small fish are big game to box jellyfish. To effectively catch its prey, the box jelly needs to stop it dead in its tracks. Bizarrely, Jamie has discovered the tentacles also double as the stomach. 60 stomachs.
60 stomachs, what the fuck? Imagine
Prey
that.
is pre-digested in acidic soup inside the bell and devoured in the tentacles. Confronted with a large object, the giant Chironex retreats out, brush its searing pain. A sudden death. A bad sting. Sudden death.
I like the first part actually, where that
from billions of stingers. The victim receives venom along the entire tentacle, releasing venom from all sides of the heart to the bloodstream. Directly in harpoon directly into the bloodstream.
let's just sample that part for now.
The tube everts, releasing venom from all sides of the harpoon. Venom along the entire... The victim receives venom along the entire tentacle from billions of stingers. Venom flows straight to the heart.
We can use that part.
Instant death.
I guess instant death could maybe be used. We'll just put these aside for now.
Small fish are big game to box jellyfish.
That's not really...
Jelly needs to also double as the 60 stomach. Prey is
Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit.
and searing pain.
Oh, wait.
But brush its trailing tentacles and searing pain. The giant Chironex retreats, but brush its trailing tentacles and searing pain. And searing pain.
We'll keep it for now. I'm not sure if I'll use it, but... I'm just gathering some parts. I have this one. What is that? Unwarp, warp, complex pro, formant all the way down, -5.
In these warm waters, a cold-blooded killer is getting away with murder.
That could be a cool one. I'm just gonna keep this entire one, because that could actually work. This one is also pretty short. Let's see what that is. -5. And I've been stung by that fucking mosquito already. I can feel it, but I killed him.
Like a shark, a box jellyfish does 3 things. It swims, eats, and makes more jellyfish.
Not really interesting.
Irukandji venom triggers a whole syndrome of reactions, from pain to cramp.
I think we already checked this one, but I need something with the venom, I guess.
Irukandji venom triggers a whole syndrome of reactions, from pain to cramps to nausea. Because doctors must know what's coming next, putting a patient under is risky.
Nah, there's nothing in there.
After doctors scraped the victim's skin for stinging cells, Jamie ID'd the killer. Blood pressure can skyrocket. Pain so intense.
Oh wait, this one could actually be fucking cool. Let's see. It might sound really fucking weird though, because there's some woman in the background that's making some pretty questionable noises. But who knows? We're gonna pitch it down and let's see what it sounds like.
Blood pressure can skyrocket, and so does the endless staircase of pain. Whether you live or die depends on your blood vessel's ability to handle the pressure.
Oh, my stomach hurts.
We'll see.
Pain so intense, the maximum dose of morphine barely takes the edge off. Pain so intense.
I'm just gonna try this last one out, just to see what it sounds like.
Pain so intense, the maximum dose of morphine barely takes the edge off.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, we have a bunch of ones now that we could use. We might use them. Let's move this all aside. I'm gonna move it all a little bit to here. Out of the way for now. Yeah. I told you guys. Questionable sounds. My stomach hurts. Put it on normal pitch. Okay.
Blood pressure can skyrocket, and so does
That's even worse.
the staircase of pain. Whether you live or die depends on your blood vessel's ability to handle the pressure.
Oh, my stomach hurts.
Yeah, she's saying my stomach hurts. She's saying that. Basically, I was watching the documentary and the woman got stung by a tentacle that was stuck to her arm, and she was pulling her. They were actually diving with full protective gear, and they came above the water because one dude was stung on the only part of his body that was exposed, which was his upper lip, and he got stung by a tentacle on his upper lip by this super small jellyfish, and that's like it's like one of the more poisonous ones, and he got stung in on his lip, so they had to go to the hospital. And the woman, she was taking off her glove, and she didn't see that there was a piece of tentacle on her glove, and it touched her arm, and she actually got a reaction as well. So they both were in the hospital for like, the dude was in the hospital for 2 days, and he was, basically what this venom does, it's not deadly if your body is able to withstand it. Basically what happens, your blood pressure increases a lot when you get that venom in you or something like that. And they were explaining it in the documentary. It was pretty fucking crazy. Basically your blood pressure increases a lot, and it's up to your body to see if your veins can actually hold that pressure. And that is gonna dictate if you're gonna die or not. There's no antidote, there's nothing that they can use. It's just time that you have to sit out. And during that time, you're gonna have bad fucking pain. Now, the dude who got stung on his lip, he got stung, and he had like 2 days that he was in the hospital. The woman, however, that got stung on her arm, she was in the hospital for 2 weeks with that pain. Like, holy shit, can you imagine that? No, she was definitely in pain. She was definitely in pain. If you watch the documentary, you could see the woman was in pain. But she's a scientist, you know, so she's actually trying to keep it all in. She's trying to actually, you know, do her job as a scientist, I guess, as opposed to just lying in the hospital and just trying to recover. But we have some vocals now. I would probably have to chop some things up. Now, let's see. We would have to find something first that we can end off with into the build-up. Now, let's see. What do we have?
The killer jellyfish are back.
That could be something.
The killer jellyfish are back.
Or that one could actually be one for right in front of the drop. To be honest. Let's actually just place that one right there. Just gonna place this one right here.
The killer jellyfish are back.
Let's just place that one right there for now. And we'll just get rid of that one. I need something else that ends similar to what that tentacles one did.
Directly into the bloodstream.
Bloodstream, 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 bloodstream. That could work.
Venom flows straight to the heart.
Straight to the heart, straight to the heart. That's not really interesting.
Instant death. Instant death. And searing pain. In these warm waters, a cold-blooded killer is getting away with murder. A cold-blooded killer.
I guess that's one that we can use.
A cold-blooded killer.
I guess that's one I would use, actually. Because then we can use the word killer.
A cold-blooded killer.
Ooh.
A cold-blooded killer.
Let's see.
Killer.
Let's add a return track. Venom. Yeah, I think Venom could also be a good one. That could also be a good one, but I'm just gonna try it out with this one first. And we can always change it to the other word. Let's see. Let's create a return track with echo on it. Right there. I'll put the dry wet all the way up. Let's increase that feedback quite a bit. And let's increase this to a 1/2, I think. 1/2. Let's try that out. Then, I want that to happen on this word. So, right here, I'm going to automate this up. I'm going to do that. Let's see what happens.
Cold-blooded killer. 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 Killer.
Okay.
Cold-blooded.
Now we can start playing with this return track. First thing I'm gonna do, let's bring the filter up and let's give it some resonance around here and some resonance around here.
Cold-blooded killer. 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 Killer.
That's gonna help.
Killer. 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 The killer jellyfish are back.
And now we would actually have to turn this one off at some point to get rid of it, or automate the feedback. If I let's say I want to end it right here, I can do this, and then it'll stop. Now I probably want to automate these as well.
A cold-blooded killer. Killer. A cold-blooded killer.
Okay, make it stop. Make it stop. It doesn't stop. Okay, that stops it.
A cold-blooded killer.
Like, I guess that could work. We could even automate the output gain here if we want more output gain. I can add some reverb if I want. Maybe even automate that reverb so that it gets a little bit more over time.
A cold-blooded killer.
Let's actually increase that feedback to above 100%.
A cold-blooded killer.
Stop! Goddamn, not increase it above 100. Holy shit. Okay, how late is it? It's 11 p.m. Yeah, I think we're gonna get into the feedback now then. Pitch up the killer sample delay higher and higher. Can you pitch in here? I don't think you can pitch in this one, do you? Filter mod, what? No, I don't think you can. I would have to do that though with I could do it, but I would have to do it afterwards. I would have to resample the thing and then use warping to pitch it up. That could work, but yeah, I should definitely put a limiter on the end here. I have a limiter on the master though, so it's not gonna blow my speakers or my headphones. So I'm fine. You have to turn off the sync. Oh, you mean like that? Like so. Let's see what that does.
A cold-blooded killer.
Yeah, but then it also does the time.
A cold.
I mean that's a cool effect as well.
A cold.
But it's not what I'm looking for. I want to keep it in time. I want to keep it at 1, 2.
A cold-blooded killer.
So that we're gonna get that.
A cold-blooded killer. cold-blooded killer. Killer. A cold-blooded killer.
See, something like that. I can also always do some more stuff to it afterwards. Just make it stop. Where are you from? I am from the Netherlands, which is in Europe. So, should we do some feedback, guys? We can do some feedback. Let me start up my email software. And let me go to the feedback one. We have 3 tracks for feedback right now. So, Alex, I don't see yours. Did you send it in the Discord community? Or what? No, you didn't. Any idea why I can't use my Prime subscription to sub to your channel, bro? On Twitch? You mean on Twitch? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I actually have that opportunity. I'm waiting for YouTube to actually put that into place as well. They've been saying that. Well, there's a whole bunch of countries actually that have that whole thing available right now, that you can sponsor particular channels, but YouTube is still not. It's still not available in my country, which sucks. I'll have to see though. I'll check it out if I have to turn it on Twitch or something like that. It might mean I have to stop streaming on YouTube or Twitch, because I think I've read something like that in the past where. You have to be like a Twitch affiliate or something like that, or a Twitch partner, which I signed up for in the past, but I did not do it because it did not allow you to stream on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time, which to me sounded like, why not? I mean, if I can reach a bigger audience that way, then I should be able to do that, right? So that's why I did not do it, and I think that donation part is part of that partnership with Twitch. I mean, I would love to do it, but if that means that I can't stream on YouTube as well, then why should I do it? The biggest part of my audience is on YouTube, so that's why I like to stay on YouTube as well. So I hope YouTube actually figures something out with the government of the Netherlands, because it's an option that's available in quite a few countries already for YouTube partners. And I'm a YouTube partner, but in the Netherlands it's still not available, which really sucks. So anyway, if you want to make a donation though, there's always a donation link below, so you can always do that if you want. I'm not gonna force you or anything, but if you want, feel free to do it. Love from Texas anyways. Greetings back from the Rotterdam, the Netherlands. I guess we'll do some feedback. So let's switch to the feedback stream view. And let me check out the first track. Before I'll do that actually, let me save this project. That might be a smart thing to do, because I don't want to lose this project, because it could be a good start to a track. So let me just quickly save that. Okay, that's saved. Let me bring up the first track that I have. It's Tom Kreuk. Oh, Vies. It's Vies. It's a YouTube link, actually. Well, we will be able to do this one. Let me load it up. And let's see. I guess I can do that. And then let's see. I'll switch temporarily. I'll switch to yeah, I'll just switch to this one, so we can see most of it, and we can still see the chat. If there's actually a video, I don't know. Is it techno again? Oh, this is nice, man. Nice pipes. Man, I really like this. I really like this. The only thing I would say is I would love to hear a longer version. That's one thing, that's for sure. And I do agree with Discord in the chat. He's saying that you need an offbeat vocal on somewhere. I think that yeah, I think you do. And by the way, see some recommendations of stuff that I've been watching lately. Oh, they have a new video. Or not. No, I don't think it is. Yeah, I would love to see a longer version of that. I really like the sound of it, actually. Would you give feedback on Bass House too? Yeah, of course. Just send it over. I mean, I can always try. It's not something I make myself, but I know so much about music these days that I don't really... I can give feedback on any genre, so it doesn't really matter what it is. Just send it over. Yeah, man, I really like it. It has a little bit of an old school sound to it, quite minimalistic, which I quite like. It's a little bit different from what I normally make, so when I hear tracks like this, it's something that I always have a hard time making, because it just turns out way too complicated, and I just go way too far because my style is completely different. So that's why I like to hear these kind of tracks, because I'm not really able to make them like that. So hats off to you, big up. It definitely sounds nice. I think the mix didn't sound too bad. Could have been maybe a little better at some points. Let's see. I think the mix is pretty fine, actually. At least on my headphones, that is. I mean, I'm listening on my headphones right now, and I think they sound pretty cool. Pretty good, actually. Yeah, I think it actually sounds pretty good. I'll check them out after the stream or tomorrow on my monitor speakers, and if I hear something that I would have changed, then I'll probably just drop a comment on the track, and I'll just let you know. So, but I think it actually sounds pretty good. So, you can't find the instructions. I'm gonna switch to the other view. This one, and now the instructions are in the screen. It's pretty simple. Just send an email to feedback@artfx-studios.com, and I'll do your track next, or your track will be added to the waiting list. And right now we have, after this track, we have 4 other tracks. Actually, we have 2 of the same person, so I'll have to see if those are actually different ones or not. But I'll see. But yeah, just send me an email, and I'll do your track after I've done the ones that are in my email already. And if you want to have your track to be done first, then all you have to do is just make a donation, and then I will let you skip ahead of the waiting list. But I think it's just fair to do it that way. Previously, I had people donate to let me review a track, and when I think about it right now, I don't think it's fair. So I like to do it like this now. So, I'm actually going to take a little bathroom break before we're going to continue with the next feedback. So I'll just let this track play, actually, because it's a pretty cool track. And you guys enjoy. I'll be back in a minute. I'm just gonna let this one play. Yeah, I really like it as well. Definitely a cool track. I mean, it's actually nice that it's so short. Maybe it shouldn't have to be longer. I just like to have a longer version, but I think it's a cool track. Definitely nice. Let's see, we have quite a few actually coming in. Next one up though is Septim. Septim sent me 2 tracks. Which one do you want me to do, mate? The first one you sent or the next one? I think you want to see the next one. The second one. Let me know in the chat which one you want.
See, I'm a playboy.
Medic coming in again with another €5 donation.
Could you try to make some dub in a stream sometime? Just for fun.
You always want to make me see other genres, don't you? Well, I guess I have to now. I'll probably do that at some point. Yeah, I guess. I don't know when though. I kind of want to finish my EP because I've been really been working on it lately, and it just has to be finished. I just want to put some new music out, so I'm probably gonna try that first. But after that, I guess we'll do some dub, whatever that is. Dub, the more, yeah, I guess I know what you mean. Could I show you a 190 BPM track I'm twerking on? Well, that sounds weird. Okay, anyway, Preston says that he is making a donation, but there's no donation from him, so we're just gonna pick the next one. Septim says he wants the second one, so let's copy that link and let's bring that up. So now it actually looks right with the graphics that I made for the stream. So here we have Septim Rebirth. Let's go. Woo! Yeah. I agree, those drums are really loud. They should definitely be a little bit quieter. Sounds promising so far, though. This is nice, man. This is nice. If you want to find Septim on SoundCloud, just Septim_official. And that's it. And...
Coming back when the time is right.
Losha 1992 at Love You Man.
Let's see. Yeah. I see that you've put your email address in the message, but I don't see an email from you. So, I would like to do your track, but if you have one, send it. Yeah. Septim, I do like this thing. I think this middle part here drags on a little bit too long. I would probably shorten that. You can probably get away with having it half the length, or maybe cut out some elements here in the second half and replace them with some other stuff that leads you into the drop. I think that whole main thing that you've got going in this first half of this section, it just drags on for too long. Now, the drums in the intro definitely need a bit of work. That snare, I would take out quite a bit of the fundamental frequency. It's like, the drums sound like they are pretty clipped, to be honest. Like, you're really just running them through some soft clipping or stuff and really cranking the gain to make them loud. Which you definitely do, probably, to make them come through the mix in the drop. Maybe even make two versions of the drums. Have like a quieter version in the intro, because there it's much easier for those drums to come through, right? So just have a maybe, or even automate like whatever you're using to make the drums louder. Just automate that so that the drums are a bit quieter in the intro, or just put a utility on it if you're in Ableton. I'm not sure. Just put something on it to make the gain a bit quieter, and I think that'll work well. I think, and that is pretty cool. What is the tune on the donation thing? Oh, I will actually have to look that up. I'm not sure. I think it's a tune by Face. I think. But I'm not sure. I'll have to look that up. I've made that thing like a whole... quite a while ago, actually. And, yeah. I'm not sure. Sorry. Yeah, Septim, you should definitely join the Discord server. You should be on there. Oh, you are? Then get more active, mate. That could be nice. I saw that you... I see an email coming in. Let's see. Is that the guy who donated some money? Oh, what is it? Losha? Yeah, it is. Okay, that's the next one. Medic has not sent a track, he just donates. He just donates whenever he wants. And yeah, cool. Septim, I'm already following you on SoundCloud, so if I could, I would follow you again, but yeah, I like the track, mate. It definitely sounds nice. It's just I would work a bit on the volume indeed, work a bit on the mixdown, try and get the intro drums to sound a bit better, and yeah, in the drop, the sounds in the drop are pretty cool. They're pretty dry, I think, but they still sound pretty cool. It's not like they are, like if I go back, buffering. Yeah, I would maybe even just replace the snare. Maybe I don't even think I like the snare in this section either. I think I would just replace it. I think it's a really short, but really the snare is a really large fundamental frequency, and I don't think it works for this particular track. Coming
back when the time is right.
Okay.
Pre-stop page at love ya shit, thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna do the track by Olosha first because he donated first, and then I'll do your track afterwards. Cool. Let's get into the next one though. Oh, Losha 190. Fuck off. Whatever. Follow. Oh boy.
Coming back when the time is right.
Subspector noise at.
Okay, that's gonna be the next one after the next track. Mate, this is pretty fucking hard, and it sounds really nice. One thing though, I think it's a little bit too distorted. So, I would try and just tone it down a little bit, and that way you could maybe even crank that sub up a little bit more as well. Just make it even heavier. But even now, this is just fucking insanely hard, and I would love to see a finished version of this. Absolutely sick. Yeah, mate. Great sound design. That's one thing for sure. That intro is really nice. That bass just hits really nice. Yeah, you can hear like on the kick drum in the intro as well. You can hear that it's just clipping a bit, and I would try to tone it down a little bit more, and that way you might get a little bit more of a cleaner sound out of it, while still keeping that heavy sound though. You don't really have to lose much volume to be honest. Just make sure that you're not clipping that much on the limiter. Just tone it down a little bit, I guess. Word, I'll tweak the 2 maximizers. I mean, yeah. Oh, you tuned the track. You Shazammed the track. It's Matthews and Face. Clock off. Nice. Thanks for doing that. Really nice, man. This track is definitely cool. I really like it. I don't really have much else to say about it. Just finish the thing and send it over to me in the Discord community or something, because I would like to hear a finished version of this. I gave you a follow. I'll probably see it that way as well on my Soundcloud stream. So I'll definitely check it out when it's done. Let's see. The next one was Preston Page. Not finished, has a rough ending. Let's see what this is about. It's a Dropbox link. Can I play directly in Dropbox? I think I can, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Then I'll do this one. I don't normally do tracks that I have to download because I don't want to get a virus or anything. I mean, I do have a virus scanner, but you get the deal. I just like to do stuff that I can embed and then just play. And I think I can play this. It looks like I can play this. Let me, okay, well, you guys are not able to see it, I guess. Well, who cares? We'll just play this. This is by Preston Page. By the way, Olosha, are you already in my Discord community? If not, check out that invite link below this stream. I would love to see you there as well. This is not the stuff I normally listen to, but I think it sounds...
Coming back when the time is right.
Oh boy.
Another one, Neurohop Lotion 1992 at.
Okay, another one added to the waiting list. Guys, I have to stop at about 12:30. It's a quarter before midnight for me right now, so keep that in mind. If you guys keep on donating, I might have to keep streaming, and I don't have that much time, but I'll try and do all your tracks. I'll definitely be able to do the ones that I have now. Let's finish this one first, though. What I was trying to say, I don't listen to this stuff actually myself, but I think this sounds pretty damn cool. I really like the main bass that you're using. And I really like that little edit that you've done. Let's see where it is. Right now it's coming up, I think. Yeah. That was nice. Don't worry, Vorman, I'll always give you some feedback. Even if I'm not able to do your track on this stream, I'll just give you some comments on the track. I would say this is bass house. I'm trying to figure out what the vocal is saying, actually, and I'm not able to hear what it's saying. If anybody knows, let me know. Yeah, I would say the quality of the productions this stream is pretty high. This sounds pretty good again. I mean, I don't really listen to the genre, so I'm not familiar with what other tracks in the genre sound like, but when I listen to this, I think it sounds pretty good already. I mean, it has a bit of an old school sound to it as well, and it has that little bit of a bass house sound. Let's see. I even think like the sub is on a good level. Maybe the clap snare thingy could be a little bit quieter. But I'm listening on my headphones, so I would really have to check it on my speakers to really know for sure. I don't know, maybe just half a dB maybe. Like, just a little. But that's really subtle, that's really specific. It's saying got me hypnotized. Okay, I can hear it, yeah. I can hear it, yeah. Now you say that, I can hear it. Sounds pretty cool. I actually think it's a really nice track, and I think, like I said before, there's not really that much more to say. It's just finish it and make it as good as you can. And when you're happy with it, just put it out. I think it's ready to be released. It sounds pretty good. So you were streaming on your PC and it froze, so I'm back on my phone. Okay, cool. I hope you didn't miss too much. If not, I'll try and post the stream as quickly as possible after I've done it, so you can go back and watch whatever you missed. I think it's very nice, yeah. It definitely sounds cool. Like I said, I'm not familiar with most of the tracks in the genre. I guess the only bass house I've ever heard was maybe some stuff by Joss, whatever he's called. But I think this is cool. Oh yeah, if you want to drop a SoundCloud link in the chat, I'm not sure if you're able to, but if not, just remove something in the link and it'll work. Everybody will know how to make it fix. How to make it work. How to fix it, or how to make it work. Whatever. I guess I should continue to the next track to be sure that I'm able to do all the tracks that are sent. We've got Subspectra. And let's see. Preston, by the way, if you send me a SoundCloud link in an email, I could, or in the chat, whatever, I will give you a follow, because I quite like it. I mean, it's not what I listen to normally, but I would like to hear more. Let's see. We had... we had exemption. Subspectra. Let's take that link. So we have Subspectra Intruder final version. Okay. Is this one of the ones that you sent me earlier? Is that the one you sent me earlier? That wasn't finished yet? Anyhow, let's get into this one. Classic.
I just can't hold back a fold, cause I'm a man with soul. In control and effects, so what the heck? Rock the disco tech.
Yeah, it was a different one.
Can't hold back a fold, cause I'm a man with soul. In control and effects, so what the heck? Rock the disco tech. Let it roll, get bold. I just can't hold back a fold, cause I'm a man with soul. In control and effects, so what the heck? Rock the disco tech.
Oh yeah. You deserve way more followers than you have, mate. 280. You need a lot more. Or you deserve a lot more, because this sounds fucking awesome. I mean... the mix might need a little work to make it all... You could make it... You could probably squeeze a bit more out of it. Like I said, you could probably squeeze a bit more loudness out of it, or just, I don't know, bring a few elements a little bit more up in the mix. Like, there's a couple of elements that I think could, how do you say it? Have their own place within the mix a bit more, I guess. I'll try and listen to it properly after the stream, and I'll give you some pointers where I think I would bring an element up or I would bring another element down. I would have to listen really closely to it, and I think I'll do that after the stream. I'll really sit down, or I'll do it tomorrow maybe even. I'm gonna shoot some photos tomorrow though, so I might have to do it tomorrow evening if I have enough time then. I think I'll have. I'll be home tomorrow pretty early in the evening, so but overall I think the track sounds really cool. Like I said, again, this is house music, something I don't really listen to myself, but I think it has a really nice sound. And good use of the classic vocal, I mean, honestly. I like that first part, how it's just really minimalistic, and that just really works. And I think with just the right amount of compression on here, that would probably control the whole bit and just make it all glue together nicely. There might be a few elements in the mix that I might want to change a little bit, but I'll see. I'll see you after the stream. I'll try and listen to it as quickly as possible and give you some tips where I would do that. Like that first hit right there in that transition. I think that hit could be a little bit quieter. Sounds a little bit loud on my headphones. I would probably bring that down a bit in volume. Not sure where it comes from, if it's from one of the other layers. Yeah, I would definitely try and make that a bit quieter. And there's a couple of other sections in this track where I think something like that is needed. But other than that, I think you're on the right path with this one. And like I said, you only have 280 followers, and I think you deserve a lot more. You should be at least around 1K, something like that. Let's bring Subspectre up. Everybody follow Subspectre on Soundcloud. It's Subspectre UK. All you need for mastering is 12 OTTs and 9 maximizers. Yeah. Overkill much. Just whack a couple of sausage fatness on it, mate. That's all you need. Like I said, guys, I'm actually gonna be shooting some photos. What I normally do after I'm done streaming is I like to check the tracks after the stream and just like to check them out. And if I hear anything I would like to see changed, or I think you could change a little bit, I always give a comment on the track just to, or I send an email back or whatever, just to give you some more pointers. I'm not too sure if I'll actually be able to hear much more than I already said, because most of the tracks sent so far sound pretty good already. I have to say it. We've had a lot worse tracks sent in previous feedback streams, so big up to you guys. I'm pretty amazed with what we've had so far. But yeah, like I said, I'm gonna be shooting photos tomorrow, so I'm gonna be streaming for about 30 more minutes, and then we're gonna stop. So we have Olosha with another track, and I'll bring that track up, and it's on SoundCloud, but he also has a visualizer. We'll do the visualizer version. I'm fine with that. But yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna be shooting photos again, like earlier. I'm gonna be this time I'm gonna be going into I think I'm gonna go into 2 construction sites. One is gonna be a high-rise construction site, and the other one is a well, it's a couple of stories up, but it has a view across the water to the high-rise on the other side of the water, which is pretty awesome. So it should be a pretty cool view. And I'm also gonna go into some other building that has been renovated recently, and it has a really nice hall in the center of the building with a glass roof, and I think I'll be able to shoot some cool photos there. So that's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. So I can't really stream till too late. I'll have to be there tomorrow by 12. And yeah, so that's what's going to be happening tomorrow, and Sunday as well, by the way. Sunday I'll have another few places I'm going to be going to. It's similar to the rooftop photo shoots that I've done last weekend. Well, not last weekend, but the weekend before that. Last weekend we had the ARTFX meetup, the first ARTFX meetup. We actually had a meetup with a couple of people from the Discord community, which was pretty awesome. So we'll have to do that again as well. I'll definitely have to do that again at some point. It was great fun. So we're gonna do that again. I'm pretty sure of that. So, we have the next one. I'm actually going to switch back to my other view. And let's switch this one to full screen, because we have a YouTube video. There we go again. Dirty. I have to say I like the other one that you sent more, but I'm not really a big fan of this kind of style of stuff, but it sounds still pretty good. Mix-wise, I think this one sounds better than the other one, but production-wise, I like the other one more. So try and make those two things come together. This part sounds nice though. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this section. That's just... The section in front of it with the wet sounding bass, that sounds really cool. But this section I'm not a big fan of. Still a pretty cool track though, but like I said, I like the other one better, and I just think that the mixdown in this one is better though. So try and make those two things come together on that other one that you've sent, and I think you've got a banger. But yeah, I do like this track though. That first section of the drop that's something I really like. That hits hard. It's just that the part where the vocal comes in, I'm not a big fan of, but it's still well produced, so it's just a preference, a personal preference. I'm just not a big fan of that kind of style stuff, I guess. But that's not saying that it's bad. It's actually pretty good. Yeah, see, that's the point. I'm not really a big fan of trap music, so that might be a reason why it sounds pretty trappy in that section. So that might be why I'm not a big fan of it, but like don't take it as I don't like the track, because I do like the track. It's just not really the kind of stuff that I would listen to normally, but produced, yeah, it's definitely well produced. And mixdown wise, I think it sounds way better than the other one. The other one is, I think, just clipped a bit more, and this one sounds better balanced. And I think if you would make that work on the other one, then mate, you've got a great one. I like this section, it just needs something more in the low end under the vocal. Yeah, maybe that could work as well, I'm not sure. Like I said, it's just, for me, it's just personal preference, so I think it could use something, yeah. I think it gets a little bit stale at some point, that part with the vocal. But it's still cool. It's still definitely a cool track. So, good job again. Do we have any more people who send the track? I think we did. Let's see. Oh yeah, we had Foreman. He probably sent some dark techno. And then we had Len as well. And we've had Deathblade. Haven't done your tracks so far, so we'll do the first one of those. We have Foreman. That might be a long one. That might be a long one, knowing his stuff. Let's let's switch back to the feedback stream, because this is a SoundCloud link. So I'm going to move over to SoundCloud. I want to sleep, but the song stopped me from doing it. Nice. Yeah, man. Olosha, again, big up. I gave you a follow earlier. You definitely deserve that. It sounds really nice, the stuff that you're doing. And, one moment. There's a fucking mosquito on the webcam. And I fucking missed it. God damn it. Okay, we have Foreman with False Silent, Yada Yada, Open Mix version 3. Techno. And damn, it's 10 minutes long. Okay, we're gonna get down to business again. This might be the last track on this stream, but there we go. Starting off dark and nice. I like it already. I've actually got really into techno lately because of the whole techno streams that we did. So, it is kind of like the sound that I'm really digging when it comes to techno. Like, you can just faintly hear stuff coming in. And that's nice. We need some techno Viking gifs right now. Does anybody have a techno Viking emoji? Yada yada. I like that switch up. Yeah, it does sound minimalistic, but I do like it. Very hypnotic, actually. Thanks a lot, Olosha. See you later in another stream. I'll see you back soon. Or I'll see you in the Discord community. Peace. Here we go again. I was wondering about it indeed, about the yada yada. It sounds out of time. But it has something indeed. The last two yada yadas. Yeah. I just wanted to say what Medic is now saying. At least the part about the kick. I think the kick drum could use maybe just a tiny little bit more punch. Right now it's just mostly just a sub kick. And I think with just a little punch at the transient, I think that would just make it, I don't know, just make it all punch a little bit more, I guess. The mechanical sounds that Medic is saying, that could actually be a cool idea. I think that could actually work pretty well in this track. Just some more like mechanical factory type sounds that could actually work pretty well. And it fits your style, to be honest, so why not? Why not try it out? That could probably work. The yada yada out of time, I think it will work if it's out of time, but I think you have to align them a little bit better than what they are right now. Like maybe, like one starts on the actual beat, but the other one maybe have it start at the off beat instead. So like an eighth note after, an eighth note later, something like that. That would maybe just put them off slightly out of time compared to the other one. But still be in time with the rest of the track. I guess that would work a little bit better. Right now it's shifted quite a bit actually, and it sounds a little off, but it's a pretty cool effect though. I don't think I would actually make it completely in time with the other one. Like, I think that would actually sound a little bit too still, too simple. I think having it off in time actually does sound nice. Just would have to play a little bit with the position to find the right spot. But other than that, like, again, I think with a little bit of a heavier kick, something that's a little bigger, I think it could definitely work. And I like it so far. I mean, this is definitely closer to the kind of techno that I like. Maybe a little heavier, but other than that, yeah, pretty cool. Pretty nice, actually. So we have another emo coming in. I'm probably not going to be able to do that track on this stream, because we have a few different tracks still. I think I can do one more. We have 7 minutes, about 7 minutes to stream left, so about 10 minutes could do it. We've got Len from Germany, which is middle usage in the chat, I think. Yeah, middle usage music. We will do your track last. I don't really have much more to say about Vorman's track, to be honest. It sounds pretty cool the way it is, other than just the little bit on the kick I would probably change, and the timing on the vocal. It's just, I would just try and work on that a bit. It sounds pretty dirty though in the mixdown, track-wise, mixdown-wise. It sounds pretty dirty, which I think suits the track. But a heavier kick would probably make that work even better. So, we've got a chill track to finish off this stream. That could be nice. And it's 4:20 long. Big up. Well done. Well done. I'll make a techno song for next feedback stream starting tomorrow. Good job, Medic. We'll do that, and I'll be looking forward to that. Yeah, middle age. I was gonna say middle age. That's cool. Middle usage music. Your track is gonna be the last one. And the other people who send an email, I'm still gonna give you some feedback on your track. I'll give you some comments on your track. Probably tomorrow evening when I come back from shooting the photos. And if not, it'll be on Sunday evening or after the weekend, but I'll try and do it tomorrow evening. I'm gonna be home pretty early, so I'll do that probably tomorrow evening. This could almost be the music to one of those key generators of, you know, those old pirated plugins and shit. Team R2R. Yeah, so let me stop that. Yeah, I think it sounds a little bit basic, but that might suit the genre, I guess. I guess there is an audience for this kind of stuff. The more anime kind of, like, you know, you get the kind of stuff. I mean, I watch anime as well, but I'm not really that much into this kind of chill music. But yeah, but like I said, for my taste, it sounds a little bit basic. The bells are really loud. That bell melody. That one. I would bring that down a bit in volume. It sounds a little bit loud. Yeah, that melody-wise, I think it just sounds a little bit basic. The way the melody is composed, like the actual melody itself. The sound itself is cool. It's a cool sound. I would just bring it down a little bit in volume. But I think the melody itself, it doesn't really have a catchy hook or something. And I guess that's just melody writing skills, you know. That's just hard to explain. It's just it comes with time. You just have to practice it a lot and read up on music theory, try and get an understanding of that, and that will help to write better melodies at least. I have a few videos on YouTube about melody writing, which are pretty basic, I have to say. I might be able to do one, actually, soon. I'll try and do one, maybe. I know quite a bit more about writing melodies these days, so I could maybe do one, but I would have to prepare it, though. It's not a video I can do, like, in, I don't know, a couple of minutes. It's something that takes a little bit of time to prepare. But yeah, so like melodies, they need to resolve into the next part. Like, it's hard to explain, but you usually come back to the root at the end of the melody, or something that leads into the root, which is like the root note of the melody is the root note of the track. Like I said, I would have to prepare a tutorial video about that, but I think I can do it, so I'll try and do that. If that helps you guys, I would love to do it. Hey, Jules, welcome back. Julie, welcome back. Julie P01. Old key jam music. Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit what it reminds me of. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I've pirated some plugins in the past. And it sounds a little bit like that. That would be cool. I really would need some more music theory. Yeah, I mean, I can do that. I have a few music theory tutorials, which are, like I said, pretty basic stuff. Just writing chord progressions, writing... I have one about borrowed chords, I think, which is a little bit more advanced. But I can do something more. I can at least teach you something that'll help you to at least come up with a good melody easily. And I think I can teach you that, so... Melody is the hardest thing to teach. I always try to think of it as a beginning, middle, and end. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that is a good way of going about it. Yeah. Like you usually have a good start of the melody, something that makes the start of the melody interesting. Then you have a middle section, which is kind of like the main hook. And then you have the ending section, which is usually a slight variation on the main hook that leads you back into that start. And that is, it's hard to grasp when you haven't really practiced it a lot. And I guess it just comes with a lot of time. It's not something you can teach somebody in like a day or an hour or a couple of minutes. It's something that you have to practice yourself, and you can teach like the techniques and how it works, and you can teach like what works and what doesn't work, but then it's still up to you to actually practice it and come up with the actual melody that works, and that's original as well. That's the hardest part. But that's something we all struggle with. It's not something that only you struggle with. It's something that everybody struggles with. It's always hard to come up with an original melody. It's just at some point it gets easier to come up with a good melody, but then a good melody does not mean it's also original. So that's the next step. And it's just a hard thing to get. It's just a hard thing to get right. But you'll get there eventually. Just keep doing it. I mean, you'll get there, definitely. Now, you also said like sometimes SoundCloud sounds a little bit bad. That could be because maybe you've exported your track a little bit too loud. Like when you apply a limiter to your master track and you leave the output at exactly 0 dB, the limiter will take care of most of the peaks, but sometimes you get intersample peaks, and those are very slight peaks that don't show up on your on the loudness meter of your limiter, but they still go over 0 dB, and you can fix it by turning on the intersample peak in whatever limiter you have, if it has it, and that will take care of it. Another way of doing it, just to make sure, is just bring down the output volume of your master track to minus 0.1 or minus 0.2, minus 0.3, something like that. Just bring it down a slight little bit so that it's not exactly 0 dB, and that usually helps to get your mix to sound right on SoundCloud. I find as soon as you get some clipping, that's usually when your mix starts to sound worse. And it's easiest to hear on the higher frequencies. So if you have a lot of cymbals or have a lot of hi-hats going on or a lot of noise going on, well, on noise it's not really that easy to hear, but on like cymbals and hi-hats you will hear it very easily, and that's where most of the time starts to sound pretty shit. So the more of that you have, the more you're actually going to hear it as well. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Absolute beginner question. Should I focus on making singular loops and working with plugins, or make short, say 30-second songs, demos with progressions? I would say both. I mean, why choose one of the two if you can do both? I mean, just do as much as you can, and that's how you learn the most, I guess. Yeah, they did reduce the bitrate on SoundCloud, but they also changed the algorithm that they use. They've actually switched to a different file type. So the difference is that at a lower bitrate, that file type kind of like has the same quality as the MP3 that they had before, the MP3 quality. And even though the bitrate is lower, because of the file size, it still sounds roughly the same, but the file size is simply smaller. So that's what they benefit from it. There is a slight difference in sound quality from the previous quality that they had. but it's not that big of a change. It's very small. It's very subtle, and as long as you make sure that your track is not clipping, then I find that the algorithm does not really turn your track into shit that much. You still have to be careful though with your cymbals. That's why I always like to upload my track to SoundCloud in private before I post it on there, just to make sure how the cymbals sound, just to make sure how the high end sounds on SoundCloud, because sometimes it just completely sounds like shit. Is it AAC or something? No, they switched to something else. I think it was called Opus or something like that. Let's see. SoundCloud algorithm or something. No, what's it called? SoundCloud quality. SoundCloud bitrate. Yeah, they've switched to 64 kilobyte per second Opus, which is a different file type, and it's supposed to be a file type's better for streaming because it has a smaller file size without sacrificing too much of the audio quality. Now, of course, you're going to sacrifice a little bit because you're going from 128 kilobyte per second MP3 to 64 kilobyte per second Opus, but sound-wise, the quality difference is not that big. So, yeah, it's 10 minutes after, well, it's 40 minutes after midnight. I'm gonna be stopping the stream. If anybody of you wants to get one of these t-shirts that I'm wearing right now, check out the link in the description. If you're on YouTube, check out the link in the description. Go to the Basic Waves website, and that's Waves with a Z on the end. Use the code ARTFX10 and you get a 10% discount. You also help support this channel that way. Just check it out, and if you want, make a purchase. That would be great. Other than that, if you wanna be part of my Discord community, check out the invite link below the stream. Doesn't matter if you're on YouTube or Twitch, the link will be there. So just scroll down, click the link, and you'll be added to the Discord community. If you have a Discord account already, if not, you'll have to make an account. But it's pretty easy, it's pretty straightforward. You just have to, I think you'll have to verify your account before you're able to post in the community. So just do that, and you'll be able to join the fun and be able to talk with us. So I'm going to be in the Discord community in just a little bit. I'm gonna grab some drinks, gonna grab something to eat because I'm pretty hungry right now, and I'll be back in just a little bit, and I'll be in the Discord community. Though I'm gonna stop the stream. Two-dimensional delusion is saying Kodak. Yeah, that's the right word. That was what I was looking for, but quality helped, and I found it as well. So all the people who sent a track and that I was not able to review on the stream, I will check your track out probably somewhere in this weekend, and I'll try and give you some comments on the track. If there are SoundCloud links though, if there are clip links, I think you can post comments there as well. If it's just a Dropbox link, then I'll just send you an email back. So I hope you guys liked this stream. I hope you guys learned something. We have a little bit of a track that we've made, so I'm happy with that. I think we can make those little vocal parts that we can that I've sampled. I think we can make those work. I'll just have to find for the right part that I can use for the build-up, and I think either Killers or Venom is going to be the right word. Venom could actually be a cool title for an EP as well. The Venom EP. And that could actually fit the artwork that I'm designing as well. Might have to look into that. Might have to see if I can find the right clean Venom sample in that documentary somewhere. Should be there. So I'll look that up. Now, it was a great stream. I love this stream. And thanks for all the donations, guys. Helps a lot. And I'll see you guys next week. 8 PM Central European Time. And I'll see you guys next week. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the Discord community, I guess. Cheers.